Goods, Maniscalco, Citro,
Here.
Miranda, Carlson, and Vieira.
Here. Thank you, sir. We begin with item number 1. I know before, Mr. Shelby, we had some administrative issues, and what were they?
It was a walk-on request. You've received a memorandum. Assistant City Attorney Vasquez here to answer any questions. That has been filed with the clerk. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk? The walk-on?
Not that I'm aware.
So the resolution has not been filed, to your knowledge?
It's going to be walked on, and we will get it as when it's walked on.
As we speak. It is something, Mr. Chairman, that is ministerial. It is a resolution setting a public hearing on future dates. It really doesn't require public comment, but for the purposes of just complying with Florida law, dotting all our i's, if you could just ask, is anybody who likes to speak to it?
Okay. We'll take up this item. Anybody here to brief us on this walk? Yes, sir. Councilman Carlson.
So my firm has a client that's affiliated with this. Should I vote on this or not?
At this point in time, what you're acting on is purely ministerial, and it wouldn't trigger, in my professional opinion, a conflict. Of course, you'll have to re-examine it when it actually does come back.
Can I decide not to vote for it, or do I have to vote for it?
My suggestion is, well, I can advise you that it being ministerial, in my professional opinion, that under 286, you do have an obligation to vote unless there is a defined conflict. If you wish to declare what your conflict is for the benefit of.
We're not working on this issue, but we have a client related to it. So.
Well, not knowing all the facts, the question is, if you wish to abstain and you believe there to be a conflict of interest on that basis, you can announce your conflict. I'll prepare the document for may be later, or if you wish, you can vote because, in my opinion, this is a ministerial issue. It's your call.
Okay, I'll just step out then. Thank you.
Better safe than sorry. That's what I say. Okay. Anyone here for this walk-on item? I would assume not. It's very okay. Is anybody here for public comment on this walk-on item? Okay. I think one's at 6.
Yeah. What is the one at 6 o'clock? I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm not familiar. Which is there a second one at 6?
I believe.
What's that related to, if I can ask?
I have the revenue bonds for the alternate medical academy project.
That's the same. I believe this is it.
Okay.
Oh, the escort?
A special event.
A special event. Okay, I'll find out. It's set for 6 o'clock.
I may be incorrect. We have a motion by Councilman Miranda, second by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
Can I have that announced, please, by the clerk?
The motion carried with Carlson abstaining. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. We move onward to item number 1.
Good evening, gentlemen. Diego Guerra, Planning Commission staff. This is the first reading of the ordinance to update the schedule of projects into the comprehensive plan. This is a routine annual update that is required by Chapter 163 of Florida statute. Chapter 163 requires a schedule of projects, a subset of the capital improvement program, which addresses the level of service adopted into the comprehensive plan, be updated on an annual basis. The update would replace the existing schedule of projects with the schedule listed in your packets. City staff identified projects in the CIP that affect level of service, and these items are what make up the schedule of projects, which are then reviewed by Planning Commission staff. The update is accomplished by ordinance, which is permitted under Chapter 163. Additionally, the plans of other agencies are adopted by reference into the schedule through an existing policy in the capital improvement section. Of note, the school board will adopt its 5-year work plan on November 19th. Upon second reading and final ordinance adoption, the work plan will be incorporated by reference. There are four program areas included in the schedule, and they are stormwater, water, wastewater, and transportation, and consist of a total of 87 projects that address level of service. The total 5-year funding amount for these projects is approximately $384.83 million. Planning Commission staff examined the schedule with respect to the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. Capital Improvement Policy 1.3.2 dictates that funding should first be expended on projects that eliminate deficiencies. Second, replace needed facilities. And third, to provide further future growth, which is consistent with the city schedule allocating approximately 87% of the scheduled funding towards projects that eliminate or replace deficiencies. Planning Commission staff also examined individual scheduled projects and their consistency with the goals, objectives, and policies of the various comprehensive plan sections affecting public facilities. These include potable water, wastewater, stormwater, and mobility. Overall, the scheduled projects were consistent with the comprehensive plan direction, and many of the projects, such as those at the HF Kern wastewater facility, specifically furthered individual objectives and policies. At its 9th September 2019 public hearing, the Planning Commission found the proposed FY20 through FY24 capital improvement section scheduled projects consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. And that resolution is also provided to you in your packets. Gentlemen, this concludes my presentation. Myself and city staff are available for any questions.
Any questions? Councilman Dingfelder.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Baird might be here for this thing.
Brad Baird, Public Works Administrator.
Hey, Brad. On pages 7 and 8 of the, I guess it's sort of a summary, specifically on page 7, it has the dollar amounts for the next 5 years, and just sort of jumps. A couple things jump out at me, and this is where my questions come from. Typically, let's see, FY20, 95 million, FY21, 108. The next one's 79 million, then 91 million, and then it drops to 53 million. So I have a couple of questions. Why, if we're adding in that next year, why does it drop so significantly, almost in half of where it's at in 2020? Number one. Number two is, do these numbers include the new funding sources in terms of pipes? The pipes as a funding source, I assume it includes the stormwater funding source from several years ago.
It does. So I'll answer the second one first. It does include the stormwater improvement assessment program. It does not include anything that is included in all for transportation or in pipes. So those, assuming
my
all
next
for
question was all for transportation.
Yeah, assuming all for transportation goes through, then those projects and the pipes projects would be added next year. And if you recall on the graph that when we gave the pipes presentation, that without the approval of that program, we were running out of money with the capital. So that's why you see a decline here in 2024. And that was about the time that we ran out of money, if you remember that graph I showed back on September 5th.
So you just, there's no urgency to put that pipes money into this CIP. We'll just get to it next year when you work out the program.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay. All right. Nothing else, sir?
No, sir.
That's what I thought. Okay, before council moves on this, is there anyone here for public comment on item number 1? If so, please come forward at this time.
Second.
We have motion to close by Councilman Escalco, second by Councilman Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Who would like to move this? Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
I have an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance amending the Imagine 2020 Tampa Comprehensive Plan Capital Improvement section by replacing the capital improvement schedule of projects with the capital improvement schedule of projects for fiscal year 2020 through fiscal year 2024, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
We have a motion by Councilman Escalco, a second by Councilman Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
The motion carried with Citro being absent at vote. Second reading and adoption will be on December 5th at 9:30 a.m.
Okay, we are adjourned until 6 PM. Anything further from council? There being none, we are adjourned until 48 more minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. We could have roll call, please.
Dingfelder? Goods? Maniscalco?
Here.
Citro?
Good evening.
Miranda? Carlson? And Vieira?
All right, we have a walk-on item here.
Which one is that?
This is the Ultimate Medical Academy project.
We took care of that, and that was the 5 o'clock
All right.
item, we moved it up.
Which is the other one? Do you have a copy of it?
The other one was false alarm.
Okay, so we can go right into the agenda? All right. We have item number 2 here, a continued public hearing, but we have a letter from the petitioner.
Mr. Chairman, if you
Yep.
can, before we begin, if you could make a motion or accept a motion to open all the public hearings
Oh.
tonight, please?
Do we have a motion open? All right.
Items,
All in favor? Oh.
like,
2, 3.
All right, we have a motion from Councilman Miranda with the second from Councilman Dingfelder. All in favor?
aye.
All right.
And Mr. Chairman, just a reminder, unless you want to do it now, but before you begin your public hearings, you'll have to swear in your witnesses, but now
Yes,
you don't.
if anyone wishes to speak on items 2 through 12, please stand up if you have not been sworn in and be sworn in.
You swear or affirm you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item number 2, take it away.
Mary Samaniego, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. If it's City Council's pleasure, we can do housekeeping of the agenda.
All right, let's do that.
Item number 2 is RDZ 1962. The applicant has requested a continuance to allow time to work with city staff. Mary Samaniego for the record. Item number 2 is REZ 1962. The applicant has requested a continuance to the January 30th evening hearing to allow additional time to work with staff in the legal department on the required development agreement for this plan development.
All right, we have a, do we take the motion, or we take public comment on just a continuance?
Well, you could take the public comment, if there is any, on just the continuance, but obviously that because this is a technical matter, the public comment really cannot have an effect, it's more ministerial. But
Okay.
if you wish to ask anyway.
Does anyone wish to speak on just the continuance for item number 2?
Steve Michelini, I'm the agent for the applicant, and we concur with the request to January 30th continuance.
All right, we have a motion from Councilman Dingfelder. Do we have a second?
Question on the motion is my motion.
All right.
Mr. McLean, I noticed that this was originally August 8th, and now it's November, and now we're going to January. What are we doing about notice?
Well, there's no further notice required.
I know.
We did not have any objections throughout this process. These are technical issues that we have to work out regarding a developer agreement.
I think out of fairness, I'm not going to ask you to mail, but would you consider just reposting the sign?
Sure.
Is that okay with everybody?
Any questions on that?
Okay.
No?
That would be my motion.
Well,
Yeah, we're agreeing.
I don't know whether you can, if he wishes to do it, but I don't think it could be, or should be a motion of council because it's not as part of your.
All right, I'll withdraw that portion from my motion, but as a courtesy, you'll do that?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, it might be easier if we just notify the agencies, the registered agents, from the surrounding properties. I don't think we had any concerns whatsoever, but
I don't know anything about it, I don't know where it is, I just thought, at least at a minimum, to post it, post a new sign.
that's fine, we'll post a sign.
Okay, thank you.
And if we could have as part of the motion, if you could state for the record the date and the time of the hearing, please.
January 30th.
January 30th, 6 p.m.
Of 2020 at 6 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion from Councilman Dingfelder with a second from Councilman Moran, all in favor?
Aye.
Continuance?
Thank
All right,
you.
Any opposed? The motion passes. All right, next item up for housekeeping is, I believe, number 4.
Yes, Mary Samaniego, item number 4 is RZ 1939. The applicant withdrew that application.
Okay? Do we have a motion for that?
Move to withdraw item number 4.
We have a motion from Councilman Miranda with a second from Councilman Goods, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. I think that's it, or are there
No,
any-
sir. Item number 5, REZ 1966. This is an application that was heard at a previous hearing, and City Council directed the applicant to It was continued to redesign the site. The applicant submitted a redesigned site plan, but it's still under staff's review. So we're requesting a continuance to the January 16th hearing.
Can we get a motion for that?
Motion to January
Ja- I'm
16th, the year 2020 at 6 o'clock in the evening.
All right, we have a motion from Councilman Miranda with a second from Councilman Citro. All in favor? All right.
Just in curiosity, could you ask just if anyone was here to speak on that?
Is there anyone that wishes to speak on item number 5? Sure. And this is just the continuance, which,
If you can,
you can come up, state your name.
Steve Michelini, I had clients that were opposed to this rezoning, and we'll be keeping track of this as well.
Okay.
And the continuance is fine, we have no objection.
Okay, but does anyone from the public wish to speak on that? It's not gonna be heard tonight, it's gonna be heard at a future date.
If I can, Mr. Chairman?
Uh-huh.
Thank you. This item, because of working with staff, this item needs to be continued, and it is being continued per motion of council to January 16th of 2020, next January 16th at 6 p.m. There will be no other notice to be sent out regarding this, so you need to make note of that date if you wish to attend the meeting. If you wish, you want to entertain a question?
You have to attend, come up to the podium if you'd like to speak.
We're asking whether this is the one on Sterling or is this a different?
This is on Willow.
This is on 110 and 112 South Willow Avenue from RM24 to PD.
Okay.
Item number 5. Thank you.
Okay. The one on Sterling is item number 3. It's a completely different one. Okay? So that takes care of that.
Mr. Chairman, I move, if it's possible with you, Mr. Chairman, or with you, to move those 2 items that we continue, be number 1 and number 2.
All right, we get a motion from Councilman Miranda, second from
The
Councilman
16th,
Citro.
excuse me, number 1 and number 1, 2 dates, one on the 16th and one on the 30th of January of the year 2020.
That they be placed first on the agenda.
Yep.
All right, we have a motion from Councilman Miranda with a second from Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Right.
Okay. All right. Is that?
Yes, sir, we can proceed with the
right.
agenda as written.
We'll start with item number 3.
Okay, Mary Samaniego for the record. Item number 3 is RZ 1963. It's for the property located at 910 South Sterling Avenue. This is a continued hearing from RS 75 to PD.
Jennifer Malone with your Planning Commission staff. The subject site is located in the South Tampa Planning District within the Gulfview neighborhood. It is within a level D evacuation zone. The closest public recreational facility is the Clifton-Dixon Tennis Center, about a half mile to the west of the subject site, and Hart Routes 19 and 36 serve the subject site. I have an aerial on the overhead. It's a little out of frame, but this is Southdale Mabry Highway right here. This is South Sterling Avenue, which is where the subject site is located. This is Wright's Gourmet House along Southdale Mabry Highway, which you might be familiar with. And then the neighborhood is generally single-family detached. It's a lower density at residential 6. That is the yellow color. The community mixed use 35 is the pink. That's present along Southdale Mabry Highway because that's one of our commercial corridors. The residential 20 is right here in the brown, kind of providing that transition to the south, and then this is recreation open space in the green. So since it is residential 6, that allows up to 6 dwelling units to the acre under that future land use designation. So that is the density anticipated. Through this request, the density would come out to 5.26 units per acre. So it's still within that residential 6 future land use designation, and we did find it consistent with the comprehensive plan since it would be comparable and compatible with the development pattern and the long-range development pattern anticipated under that residential 6 future land use designation. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
All right, any questions?
Yeah.
Nope, all right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mary Samaniego, again for the record. I have a revised waiver.
Thank you very much. We have to do the staff reports first before we go to public comments, so everyone will have a chance to speak.
This was an application that was continued from your August hearing. Just to familiarize yourselves, this is a 2-lot split in the R75 zoning district. They're asking to create 2 split lots. This was the previously submitted site plan. There was concern with City Council as to whether this lot was truly buildable with this large protective radii. and the limited building envelope. The applicant worked with the city staff and the Natural Resources Department to come up with a new design for lots A and B, where in effect that tree would be removed. It's a 45-inch tree. Therefore, a new waiver is being added. It's section 1345A2, which I just handed out because this was reviewed under the previous code, tree code, to allow the removal of one non-hazardous grand tree or 45-inch tree. Natural Resources did find this inconsistent. Natural Resources findings are in your staff report. Planning, Design, and Development Coordination also did find this inconsistent because of the surrounding property development pattern for the inconsistent pattern of creating two 60-foot wide lots in this area. If it is City Council's pleasure to approve this application, Natural Resources, Stormwater, and Planning, Design, and Development Coordination do have changes to be made between the first and second reading. Saying that overall, the Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed this application and did find it inconsistent with the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances. Again, please see the findings in the staff report for Planning, Design, and Development Coordination regarding the existing development pattern, as well as Natural Resources regarding tree preservation.
All right, are there any questions? Councilman Newfeld?
I don't know if this question is premature or not in regard to the tree and how, do you have tree staff with you tonight?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's start with that, unless they were going to make their own presentation?
No, the applicant was going to present.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me hear from tree staff then. So what's the condition of this tree?
I'm Bill Bors with Natural Resources staff. Condition of the tree, it's a B8, and if you remember from the last hearing, B8.
B8?
Yeah, B as in boy, 8. So it's A, B, C, D, F. So it's a preservation-worthy tree. We were on site to look at it recently. One of the leads was broken out of it, but it's still a B rating. It's got a large canopy.
So it's a
live oak.
Is it a live oak?
Live oak.
It's a grand tree?
Correct.
And it's in good condition, B8?
Yeah, B as in boy, 8.
Okay. And so, all right, I think that's probably all I need from you, unless somebody else had a question on that. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Councilman Goods? Oh,
Just as a follow, just as a follow-up, maybe this is a question, is that you, Rebecca? So they're showing a removal. They're showing a removal. Is that part of? Is that removal pursuant to our new ordinance because it's in the building envelope, or is that removal a request in this PD as a condition?
Rebecca Kurt, Legal Department. A couple things to answer that question. First of all, this is an older case, and so it is actually going under your old code. Even if we were going under a new code, this is not a small lot, so it does not fit the TRZ. That's what I've been told. That being said, it is going under your old code, and so the requirements that you are to look at is whether or not this is a reasonable use, whether it's denying reasonable use of the property, and that is found on page 3 and 4 of your staff report, the factors you're supposed to consider. So it is the applicant's burden to demonstrate that it meets the requirement, but it is going under your old code.
Okay, so even though there's an X on the 48-inch tree on the site plan, I don't want anybody up here to be confused that that tree has been given permission to be removed. It's up to us based upon the criteria, correct?
That is my understanding of what has been presented to you, yes.
all right, Councilman Goods.
I thought we asked that we get from Natural Resources a report as it relates to trees.
Do we have a written report?
I don't see a written report in here. I thought we've asked for that with all the tree issues that have been coming up. And I thought it was last thing that we would get these reports every time. because we felt that that was a good indicator of decision-making.
It was in the file, we've always had it there. Usually, these don't, okay. Brian Knox, Natural Resources. So usually, these are uploaded into the files, and so we just didn't include it in the report, and we apologize about that.
Well, I understand, but I thought the department head came before us last time and said that they would be in it, so I'm expecting when I hear about trees removed, these are in here to give us an indicator, because we thought this was a good layout for us to make decisions. So could you please indicate that we need these in here to make decisions?
Absolutely, and understood.
So we shouldn't have this problem anymore.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? No? Seeing none. Petitioner.
Hi. I'm Jason Landolt, property owner. Last time we went over this, and I had Brian on site, and it was his recommendation at the time to take the tree out. Actually, it's been his recommendation since we started this, is to remove the tree and do whatever mitigation is required in terms of paying into the tree fund for the city and adding additional trees on site, which I've agreed to.
Well, let's go ahead and make your full presentation.
Okay, let's start from the beginning. Okay. 910 Sterling is a very large lot. It's very deep, but not wide enough. Okay, under the current codes, it's RS 75 zoning. But you also have to have 7,500 square feet. I have got more than adequate square feet. I've got 8,250 square feet per lot. So I'm shy of the front footage. Okay, we meet all the other requirements for RS 75. All the other setbacks, we meet. I've gone around to the neighbors. We have 31 of the neighbors have signed on. Okay, including everyone on the block. Everybody in the 900 block of Sterling has signed on. They prefer having two brand new houses there and take the old 1950s house down. Okay, to give you some perspective, Sterling is one block east of Dale Mabry. When I had to notify the people within 250 feet, I had to notify people, commercial zoning on Dale Mabry. I also had to notify people with RS 50 zoning, which is half a block away. I can see them from my house. Okay, directly across the street is a cul-de-sac. 7 of the lots in the cul-de-sac, all the same zoning, RS 75. None of those 7 lots meet the requirements in terms of width or square footage. Okay, clearly what I'm asking for fits within the boundaries of the neighborhood. The neighbors want it. Okay, I thought I worked out the details about the tree. As a matter of fact, Brian's asking that we set the envelope back from 20 feet in the rear to 12-foot rear setback to help preserve the tree in the front. I mean, I'm willing to, I've tried to work with Brian and work with the city to make this happen. I guess the only other thing is, we've done this once before, it shows up in the notes. Last time we went to the special magistrate and they ruled that it could not be denied based on the front footage. Okay, the neighbors are all in agreement. They think it fits with the neighborhood. I hope you do too. Something that questions that you'd like to ask or I can address.
Any questions for the petitioner? Councilman Miranda.
How many, I don't know, I'm not here to debate the petition or anything else, but the lots across the street in Palmacia Court, as it's called, I think it was called the Palermo subdivision, that was 25, 30 years ago.
Right.
If my memory serves me right.
Correct.
And the lot that I'm looking at now, there are none on that side of Sterling all the way. In other words, my criteria, when I look at something,
right,
if there is none, I'm not going to start a development of 50 and 75-foot lots when you have 100 and 150-foot lots. That's just my vision of what I see for Tampa. I just don't think it's right, because once go, I've been here long enough to tell you that then they will all go.
Well, I understand.
And a 1950 house could be brand new to me. I got a 1950 house. I show it to anybody. It's brand new. So I'm sure yours is brand new.
Well, I can assure you it's not. To address the concern, okay, this is not going to set up a domino effect.
No, excuse me. This has been here before, 2 or 3 years ago. I remember hearing this case.
Yes.
And I'm not going to tell you the results of the vote. You know it. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, anybody else? Anybody else? No? All right, anything else?
One other thing I might add is on the same side of the street in the 1000 block, the next block to the south, there are 4 lots that are only 50 feet wide. So we're not really breaking new ground here. I understand what Ms. Miranda has to say, but the neighbors want it, including everybody on the block. They feel what I'm asking for is compatible.
All right, any other questions? No? Thank you very much, sir. If
Thanks.
we could go to anyone in the public who wishes to speak on item number 3, which is the 910 South Sterling Avenue, please line up on the against the wall and approach the podium and state your name for the record. Go ahead. And you'll have 3 minutes to speak each.
Good evening,
I'm sorry,
Councilman.
Ms. Rickles, before you begin, if I could just acknowledge your presence, to give an additional minute to the speaker. Pat Van Dyke, are you here? Yes, I see you. And Stephanie Point, starts with a P, P-O-Y-N. Are you here? Stephanie at,
Oh, I did,
but are you going to speak to this?
No, sir. I accidentally signed in as well. That was me.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
The person was left out front, maybe?
Oh, I don't know. The question is, the question is, if you agree, if you're not going to be speaking on this, you're giving up your time. Okay, 2 additional minutes, please.
Okay,
We're
go
totally
ahead.
fine.
Please state your name for the record.
Thank you. Hi. Good evening, council members.
She didn't have anything to do with
Well,
it.
but she also said that she'd be willing to give up an extra minute to this person. I heard her, did you say that, or did you not?
I would, but I have nothing to do with this.
So then are you then saying that you don't want your name on that list?
I did not intend to sign up and give away my minutes for anybody else.
If
Or
that's,
that particular.
then let me strike your name from that list, and thank you, Mr. Dingfelder, I misunderstood. If I may have the list
It was
back?
left on the podium out front, and I simply signed it there.
Okay,
I'm new here.
that's fine. That's withdrawn. 1 additional minute, please.
Okay, please state your name for the record, and you have 4 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Mary Jane Rickles. It's my honor to present to you on behalf of Gulfview Neighborhood Association as their community liaison, as vice president of Walk Bike Tampa, as a third-generation Tampa-based citizen, and as a public health and real estate specialist, and also as a South Sterling resident. It's our association's desire to protest the rezoning and subdivision of the property at 910 South Sterling Avenue. Please allow me to explain. The current zoning for Gulfview Neighborhood Association is RS75, and most lots along our beautiful South Sterling Street are approximately 75 feet wide. The owner of 910 South Sterling Avenue is requesting to rezone the property to a PD planned development that would allow for 2 homes to be built on 60-foot wide lots with grandfather oaks that have side setbacks of only 7 feet and a front setback of 15 feet from the street. If you will, please see the attached drawings that I have provided for you as a reference. We respectfully ask for you to oppose this rezoning request for subdividing the property for the following reasons. Number 1, a 60-foot wide lot is inconsistent with the 75-foot plus wide lots throughout Gulfview and would have a detrimental effect on the neighborhood. Number 2, the character of our neighborhood, including the lot size, is an important reason why residents purchase their home there. Number 3, the healthy grandfather oaks, as reported by an arborist at the last city council and this meeting, may impede on the ability to build one of the homes in the prior drawings that he provided at your last city council meeting and should not be removed. While the past plan for the lot with the 2 oak trees was worked around the trees with an oddly shaped home,
It's our present understanding that the current plan will be presented with 2 rectangular-shaped homes, and if so, may disregard the trees that are presently on the property. There is a concern that these healthy trees could be damaged or removed. Number 4, the lot does not meet PD requirements, which are as follows. The lot is characterized by unique conditions or situations which other zoning districts cannot accommodate, including but specifically not limited to unusual physical or environmental features, transportation access, and etc. Or the lot includes a mixture of appropriate land uses which may not otherwise be permitted in other districts. Number 5, the same property was disapproved by City Council on November 9, 2017. Knowing this, it seems that the owner is trying to reapproach the City Council because it is now new members and is hoping for a decision in his favor this time around. Number 6, this property has been reported to be in a state of neglect for several years, and rezoning is not an appropriate solution. Number 7, as of July 2019, it is our understanding that the current owner has no future plans for the property if the lot is subdivided. Number 8, a 15-foot setback from the street will force cars outside the garage to park on the sidewalk, which can be a safety concern for pedestrians using the sidewalk. Number 9, it has been reported that due to additional newer homes being built nearby, this part of South Sterling experiences significant flooding issues. It is believed by the other homeowners nearby that an additional home will only add to the flooding problem in the area. Number 10, doing so may set a precedent for other properties in the neighborhood and may lower property values in the neighborhood. Number 11, it is our understanding that the homeowner is the president of a development corporation and lives in Milwaukee, and according to neighbors, no one has lived on the property for quite some time. This does not appear to be a sad case of a homeowner who just wants a better home, but someone who wants to split the lot, sell it, and move on. It is also my understanding that these 31 signatures that he has requested for we have no record of that, and you will not find that in your records either. So we're not familiar with any neighborhoods that promote this agenda either. I want to thank you again for your time and thoughtful consideration of our opposition, which we provided to you with signatures, to this request to rezone the property. We truly appreciate your service to our community and to the preservation of each of our neighborhoods' unique characteristics, which is an important part of what makes Tampa a wonderful place for all of us to live, work, and play. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. And back to Councilman.
Hi. Go. Yes, ma'am. My name's Colleen Smith, and I live at 1001 South Sterling Avenue, very close to this property in the next block. I'm here to request denial of this proposal. First of all, I heard that there were 31 neighbors that signed off, and I really, quite honestly, don't believe that's true. On the other hand, we've got people signing off, neighbors that have signed off to deny that. I do appreciate the tree discussion, wonderful, for the trees. But really, a rezoning deep in a residential neighborhood on Sterling Avenue is just something that I would oppose, and my husband would oppose, who also lives in the area. So that's really what I wanted to express, that it's my experience and my understanding that most of the neighbors that we have talked to would like for you to deny this particular proposal. So.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Next, please.
My name is Frank W. Gavis II. I live at 3711 West Neptune, which is on the corner of Sterling and Neptune, which is 3 homes down on the opposite side of the street from this property. I drive out of my driveway every morning and drive down this street, and you just have to realize how much traffic comes to Platt High School down this street. I just get really concerned. I signed the petition with Mary, but I also wrote in a letter myself today just to submit to the City Council. And I likewise would like this denied. I just think it's inappropriate to start putting and splitting these lots all up and down this street when we're in Palmacia and we're in Gulf Shore or Gulf, property over here around the golf course. It's a wonderful neighborhood, has a beautiful feel to it, and I just don't think that it adds to this neighborhood when there's so many others that are already planned that can do this in the immediate area. I put a whole list of lot size issues, the PD zone, the setbacks. I'm concerned that moving, from where most of these are at like 25 feet in, moving this to 15 feet is just, and people driving in, parking 2 cars, even though it's 60, each lot is 60 feet, you got 4 cars parking out on busy mornings. And then visitors coming over, parking on the street, it's going to create issues also. The parking requirements, mature oaks, I have the issue. I appreciate the addressing that. I do have concerns with water runoff, and I heard him say that they would address that, but there's a lot of water that's going to come off of 2 big homes sitting on small lots in this area. And the current home, has been seriously neglected. I put some pictures in just from Google this morning. I mean, and you look at it, the owner has obviously had a gentleman living in a young man with a truck, and he sort of stays there most of the time. But it's just an inappropriate situation to start trying to cut up all of these larger lots in this area when there's so many other areas in. So I would appreciate the city council giving to consideration and just denying it like they did before. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next, please.
I have not been sworn.
Is there anybody else? I want to ask if there's anybody else that needs to be sworn.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Thank you. Is there anyone else who needs to be sworn who has not been sworn? If you could, raise your right hand if you're able to do so. Stand up if you're able to do so, and prepare to be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Hi, my name is Carol Ann Bennett. I live in Virginia Park, which is very close to Gulfview. I'm a lifelong resident of South Tampa. I was born in Florida, and I'm here to tell you we native Southerners get really tired of hearing, that's not the way we did it up north. But I have to give them credit where credit is due. Sometimes they get things right. My husband is from New York, and when he moved to Tampa and he heard about rezonings and variances and waivers, he was astounded. In New York, you build what is allowed according to the zoning in the code. You buy the property that allows you to build what you want to build. My father-in-law owned a construction company in New York. And he knew that there was a legal responsibility to know what they can and can't do with a property before they buy it. My mother and father-in-law owned 0.92 acres. She couldn't do things that required 1 acre. Period. This was known and accounted for when it was purchased and when it was sold, because that was the zoning. Simple, consistent, predictable. Up there, they don't waste everyone's time and resources trying to constantly get special exceptions to every single rule. When the builders told the city council they wanted the tree code rewritten, the main reason they cited was predictability and consistency. They wanted to be able to look at a lot and know what they could do with it and not waste their valuable time trying to get variances. Well, I agree with them. All of this leniency and subjectivity and special consideration and constant exceptions wastes everybody's times and resources, especially the cities. I look at all of this, and all I hear is a huge sucking sound. It is the huge sucking sound of valuable time and resources being sucked right down the drain of waste as people try to get special favors they have no right to expect. The solution to this waste of all these resources is simple. All you have to do is adhere to the law. Adhere to the big picture, long-term, professional planning of this city that laid out zonings and codes. As a parent, if I went into a grocery store and my child threw a fit for some candy and I gave in because I was exhausted and frazzled and I didn't have the strength to stand up to them, I was guaranteeing a full-blown hissy fit the next time I went to the grocery store. In New York, they are like the good parent, who when they set the ground rules, they mean it. So when they go into that store, they don't waste all that energy fighting hissy fits. So I'm asking you to be that good, responsible parent and follow the law. If the law is wrong, the right thing to do is change it. Don't circumvent it one exception at a time. That is governing by exception, and it is the poorest way of governing. And as a postscript I'd like to add, if you look up the definition of PD, you will find that this property doesn't even come close to fitting that definition. So I believe that even if they were to get a rezoning, this would be the improper one to give them. They've asked for the improper one, in other words. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Is anyone else here for public comment on item number 3?
Yeah,
Oh,
if
of
I-
course you may,
If I
yep.
can, Mr. Chairman, before the rebuttal, sir, just I'd like to be able to address council just briefly before the rebuttal on certain issues. There was reference made to the code, the definition and the purpose of the site plan zoning redistrict procedures. You do have a copy of that in front of you that is also contained in your staff reports. Likewise, you also have the waiver provisions before you. That is the basis upon which you must base your decision, and based on applying the competent substantial evidence from this particular hearing to the petition before you and the sections of the code, both with regard to the purpose and with regard to the waivers. There's a couple of things I want to address that came up in the course of the hearing that I believe needs to be addressed in the record. One of them is the concept of the dueling petitions. The number of signatures, frankly, and the fact that the word petitions is not, courts have found, to be competent substantial evidence. It would be error for you to base your decision on the number of petitions or the fact of what the petitions are put forth for. However, if there are, for instance, verifiable facts upon which you can base your evidence contained within the petition, then you can actually use that if you find those to be findings of fact. But as a side, petitions do not constitute competent substantial evidence. The other thing that I wanted to address was the previous petition in 2017. That is not before you today. That is not in the record. That does not exist for your consideration at this point. So any findings you make today have to be based on the competent substantial evidence that exists as of this hearing. Finally, also the present condition of the home. You will find that there is no reference to the present condition of the use of that site under 27-136, the purpose. So I would ask that you specifically, after hearing from rebuttal, rely on the competent substantial evidence, make findings of fact that you find them to be, and apply those findings specifically to cited provisions in the code, and base your decision upon that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shelby. Councilman Dingfelder has a question, sir.
Yeah, before we go to rebuttal, I think it's fair that I ask staff questions and then he can rebut.
My suggestion, counsel, and this is general to every petition, is that you have the right to elicit competent substantial evidence from any witness if that's your desire. If there's something that you need to know in order to make a finding of fact, you have the right to inquire. My suggestion is that all your questions are answered before the rebuttal, to give the petitioner the last word so you can then close the public hearing and make your decision.
I agree. And Councilman Dingfelder, who would you like to hear from, sir?
Merritt, can I ask you a question, please?
And while she comes up here, I wanted to thank Mr. Shelby for that. It's important that, to the extent we make decisions here, that our foundation be solid, so that later on our house doesn't come tumbling down of decisions.
The goal, counsel, is to have that whatever decision counsel makes, is that if challenged by any party, it'll be sustained because you are the representatives of the people and you're working on their behalf.
Thank you, sir. Councilman, go ahead, sir.
Legal counsel spoke to us earlier about reasonableness, Mary. And my question to you as the resident expert and land use planner that we rely on is, if this proposal is denied, or if this PD is denied, and he's left with the status quo, which is 120 by, what's his width? I mean, his depth, 120 by 137 and a half foot lot, which is his current status quo. Does he have the ability to build, even if he wanted to knock down the existing house, could he rebuild at least one very large single-family house on that 120-foot wide lot?
Yes. In my professional opinion, yes, he could build one house and associated accessory structures.
Okay, and keep the tree, I would guess, or maybe I shouldn't guess at all. And maybe we could ask Brian to come up, or other tree staff, whichever. to speak to the fact that he could accomplish building a very large home, and then the next question to tree staff is, and keep the 48-inch grand tree.
One moment, sir. This is the previous approved site plan. Here's the 32, here's the 48, here's all the other protected radii. So the question is, can you get a house in there?
I actually looked at that when I was on site, and there's an existing house on site.
I'm sorry, your name again, please. for the
Bill
record.
Boers with Natural Resource Staff.
Thank you.
And, right now the tree fits with the current residents. And now we're starting to get into hypothetical. Is he going to build a 2-story? Is he going to build a 1-story? Obviously, a 1-story is going to fit under the canopy more than a 2-story. We don't know the answer to that question. I don't know the answer to the question. But there's a house there that's pretty sizable, 1-story, and the tree fits in that side yard. It's about 12 feet from the southern border of the yard. It's 12 feet in.
Well, let me cut to the chase. Is it built?
Yeah.
Okay. Do the significant branches extend onto what's labeled as Lot A, which is the northern lot?
No, I don't believe so. There are branches over the existing home, but no.
Okay.
They don't extend.
So at a minimum, he could build that 2-story house on Lot A and leave the tree on Lot B.
Yes, that in my professional opinion, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, sir?
Nope.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay,
Thank you.
no further questions, and I'm sorry, ma'am.
No, I'm just collecting my materials.
Thank you. Any further questions from council of staff before we go to rebuttal? Okay, you may go proceed, sir, for rebuttal.
Okay, several things. Number one.
And state your name, please, sir.
I'm Jason Landau, property owner. First, I want to thank the gentleman for saying I was the young man that drives the truck that lives there. Thank you so much. I needed that tonight. I don't know where they're getting the setback, the 15-foot setback. We are meeting the 75-foot requirement. I mean, all the codes for RS 75, which I believe is, Mary could say, is it 20 or is it 25? 25. 25 is how it's drawn. I don't know where the 15 feet come from, so I don't know where the argument even exists. Okay, because we do meet the RS 75. All the setbacks, front, side, rear, all RS 75. So that is a given. It has changed. I don't know where the RS 50 or the 15-foot setback comes from. The issue with the tree, I met with Brian on site. It was his recommendation that we eliminate the tree. I mean, I'm doing what the city asked me to do, so I'm trying to do the best I can with what we have to deal with. Some of the neighbors, I mean, I'm not certain, I haven't seen their petition, I haven't seen anything they have. You have the 31 letters in the file that I submitted last time, so it's already in your records. And that includes everybody on the block. Now, one of the young ladies was in Virginia Park. That's quite a hike away. I mean, that really doesn't impact, I mean, the neighbors, the immediate neighbors on the block, everybody on the street thinks it's more compatible to have 2 brand new houses, which will increase property values much greater than having a 1950s 1-story house sitting there. I mean, if you're really concerned about property values, I'm certain 2 brand new houses will do much greater benefit to the neighborhood than the old house that's existing. The tree, Brian?
Oh, and sir, you must address city council, so whenever you speak.
I just want to know if Brian has been to the site since we met out there.
And I wouldn't pose a question to him from the podium there. You only may speak to us.
Well, in the event he has, I don't know when's the last time he's been on site. Mm-hmm. Okay, I just, my brother just passed away in Chicago, so I spent the last 30 days in Chicago. I just came back. Tuesday. That tree, that side yard that we're considering, that's 12 feet off on the south side of the property, the crown of that tree has collapsed. It just missed the house, but it took out the air conditioner and a shed that was back there. I've got a photograph if that helps counsel. So we might be fighting over a tree that, I don't know how much more we can save of it, but the large portion in the middle of the tree fell and collapsed. Are there other questions that the council has that I can address? I mean,
And are you finished with your rebuttal, or?
well, I think we've addressed their concerns. I mean, the people in the immediate neighborhood like the idea. Okay. We're not overreaching here with the 60-foot wide lots. I mean, we have more than adequate square footage. Okay. Directly across the street are the 7 lots which don't qualify for width or square footage. And if any of those homes were burnt down tonight, they could be built. They would not have to come back in front of the council and go for rezoning or anything different. Okay, they could rebuild right away. So I'm not asking for anything that's not already existing in the neighborhood. You know, like say in the 1000 block further down the street, on the same side of the street, to address Charlie's concern, there are lots that are 50 feet wide. 3 of them are 50 and one's 54 feet wide. And if the council wants the addresses, I can provide those addresses. So I'm asking that we go through with this. Let's move on, give the immediate neighbors exactly what they want. Okay.
Anything else, sir?
No, I guess that does it.
Okay, thank you, sir. Councilman Dingfelder.
Yes, sir. Mr. Lando?
Yes.
Thank you. There's been reference by you and neighbors about your 31 petitions or 31 signatures.
Oh, yes, yes.
Have you given that to?
Oh, yeah, at the last hearing.
Is it the last hearing when, like a year ago or
No,
2
no,
years?
the last hearing 4 months ago when we were here.
Okay, so it's in the record?
It's in the record, yes.
Okay.
I do have a copy of them if you'd like them. But yeah, that they're in the record. I do have.
Yeah, probably, yeah, just pass it. We'll look at it again and make sure it's in the record. I just wanted to be abundantly clear. Mr. Shelby, I'm not relying on the quantity or anything like that, but there was some confusion.
Check the addresses. I put them in sequence for the addresses on Sterling, the 900 block.
Mm-hmm.
So it starts with the 900 block of Sterling.
Okay, and a couple other questions. I sort of recall the last time you were here, that you have owned this property a long time, like 20-some years?
2005.
Okay, about 14 years.
Right.
And this is the original plat, the original platted lot. This isn't 2 platted lots, correct?
No, it was a meets and bounds description. Apparently, it'd been a farm back in, I don't know, 1800s or whenever it was, and it was subdivided many, many, many years ago.
Right, but when the subdivision we're working with today shows this as one single platted lot, correct?
Right, but it's not like a lot. I mean, it's more meets and bounds than it is lot X, block so-and-so.
Okay, I understand. And you've comfortably had one single house on this 120-foot property.
Let me address that.
For the 14 years that you've been there.
One of the issues we have with doing it as one large house, remember, it's 1 block in from Dale Mabry. Okay, RS50 zoning is half a block away. I had to notify those people. I don't believe, and quite frankly, I've had it on the market as one single family lot with no takers in this interim since it was denied back in 17. Okay, nobody's going to build a mega house with smaller houses so close by.
I know I'm not supposed to testify,
Well,
so I won't, but I pass through that neighborhood all the time and I see a lot of big houses going up on
but
big
RS50,
lots.
I mean, just a few doors down.
That's right, I'm not supposed to.
I don't know, but I mean, I've had, people have had the opportunity now for the last 2 years. And nobody stepped up to the plate.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions for the petitioner? Okay, thank you very much, sir. You had about 30 seconds extra. Is there anything else that you want to tell us in that time, just to give you the final word?
The neighbors want it, okay? The people who don't want it don't live on the block, okay? They live miles away or blocks away. I would appreciate giving the immediate neighbors exactly what they want, which is going to increase their property values, not some phantom thing down the street. And one other last thing, the idea that this is going to have some kind of domino effect. There aren't other lots to subdivide. I mean, this is basically it. There's nothing else in the neighborhood that meets the same criteria that I have.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate it. Okay, may I have a motion to close? Motion to close by Councilman Citro, second by Councilman Escaco. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, what is the pleasure of council? Yes, sir.
Forgive me if I don't get the mechanics. Where's Marty?
Yeah, let's wait on, where's Mr. Shelby? There we go. We just want you in here, sir, whenever we do the motion.
Marty, tell me if I'm doing this right. I would move to deny REZ 1963 due to the failure of petitioner to meet its burden of proof to provide competent substantial evidence that the development is conditioned and shown in the site plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan and city code. Specifically, that the staff has found it inconsistent with the land development code, and that the lot frontage is inconsistent with the existing historical development pattern in the immediate area, and inconsistent and the inconsistent findings from natural resources.
I'm sorry. Did you reference, if you can, I'm sorry, I had trouble hearing. If you can, did you reference the particular sections of the code? Or the particular sections of the site plan, and did you make any findings with regard to those sections?
I've listed some things. Maybe somebody else can help me.
A friendly amendment, Rebecca Kurt.
As a seconder of the motion, if Mr. Carlson wants me to chime in?
Yeah, it would appear so. Or Councilman Miranda?
I just saying, is that 127, 27-136?
Yes, sir, that would, I just wanted to jump in because you, Councilman Carlson was referencing findings that were based upon particular sections, and the state statute requires you to state the section, and that was 27-136, which was based upon the items that you were citing, as well as policy 9.3.8 of your comprehensive plan. That was what I heard you saying based upon the staff report.
Can I take that as an amendment?
Well, was that your intention?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Okay. Mr. Shelby, is this sufficient legally, I would assume?
Yes.
Great. We have a motion by Councilman Carlson, a second by Councilman Dingfelder. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
The motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. Now we move onward to item number 4.
Mary Samaniego, for the record. Item number 4 is REZ 1995. It's a rezoning request for 4001 North Myrtle Avenue, a rezoning request from
Item number, I'm sorry, item number.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
6.
Excuse me, 6.
Okay. This is a rezoning request from PD to Seminole Heights Commercial General.
Good evening, council members. We're in the.
Excuse me one second.
Councilman?
The folks who were here on that, Sterling, we took a vote. The project was denied. Okay.
Thank you, Councilman.
I just saw paralysis out there, so I was like.
That's funny. Thank you.
All right.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Central Tampa Planning District, Seminole Heights Urban Village. It is within evacuation zone D. We have 2 HART routes that are adjacent to the subject site. It runs number 7 and number 32. I'm going to show an aerial. We're on Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and North Myrtle Avenue. It's this lot at the corner. I have North Boulevard over here. This is a multifamily development to the north, and then some single family detached as we move further north along North Myrtle. And as you're probably aware, a list of commercial uses and a lot of medical offices on this portion of West Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. On the future land use map, the property is Community Mixed Use 35, which allows for consideration of those commercial general uses. And then to the north, we have that transition to residential 10, which is that single-family detached neighborhood. We did find this consistent with the comprehensive plan. This zoning district will allow for compatible commercial development along this transit emphasis corridor. We also found that this would be comparable and compatible with the existing development pattern and that long-range development pattern envisioned under the Community Mixed Use 35. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Madam.
Mary Samaniego, for the record. This property was rezoned back in 1985 to a planned development. Unfortunately, when they rezoned it, they only allowed for one use within that planned development, which is medical office, which does not allow for any consideration for any further uses. Because of that restriction, the current property owner would like to change the zoning of this planned development to Seminole Heights Commercial General to allow more flexibility for changes of use and new development on the property. As you can see, the property is in orange, it's planned development. There's residential behind it, Seminole Heights Commercial Neighborhood to the direct east, and then Commercial General further on the other side of Myrtle going towards the river. This is a Euclidean rezoning. There's no site plan to review. There are no waivers to ask for. They would be entitled to all Seminole Heights Commercial General uses. It meets the dimensional criteria. I included the data for dimensional criteria in your staff report on pages 2 and 3 for your consideration. Saying that the development review and compliance staff has reviewed this application and found it consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code.
Any questions? Okay, thank you very much. Petitioner, number 6. How you doing, ma'am?
Hi, Jackie Rojas Quinones. I'm just with Carlos Guzman. He's the owner of the property and just doing the application for him.
Great. Anything to further or, okay, great. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Is anyone here to publicly comment on item number 6? If so, please come forward at this time. We have a motion to close by Councilman Miranda, second by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Who are we on with reading? Charlie Moreno. There you go.
Mr. Chairman, item number 6, file number REZ 19-95. Moving order is being presented for first reading consideration. Owners rezoning property in general vicinity of 4001 North Myrtle Avenue, City of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described as Section 1 from zoning district classification, PD, plan development, business professional office to SHCG, Seminole Heights Commercial General, providing an effective date. And this moves this ordinance, which is REZ 19-95, meets a burden of proof to provide competence and special evidence of the development as conditioned as shown in the site plan and consistent with comprehensive plan city code.
We have a motion by Councilman Miranda, second, yes, sir, Councilman Dingfelder.
Just for clarification, I know it's complicated because it's SHCG, but I have a feeling that's a Euclidean, not a site plan zone. Otherwise, we would have seen site plan, no?
Mary Samaniego, yes, it's a Euclidean rezoning. I stated that there's no site plan to review,
Okay.
no.
Thank you.
I retract what I said.
Thank you.
I just didn't want anybody to ever look
No, I
at the site
appreciate
plan.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion by Councilman Miranda, second by Councilman Carlson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
The motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be on December 5th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, sir. We move onward to item number 7.
Mary Samaniego, item number 7 is REZ 1996. It's a rezoning request for the property at 3221 West Paxton Avenue from RS60 to RS50.
Jennifer Malone with your Planning Commission. This is in the South Tampa Planning District within the Gandy Sunbay South neighborhood. Hart Route number 4 serves the subject site. It is within a level B evacuation zone. There is an error on our staff report that I just need to correct on the record. We state that the closest public recreational facility is the Clifton-Dixon Tennis Center, but it is actually Skyview Park. That was an error in the report. So this is West Paxton Avenue. The surrounding area is single-family homes, detached. McDill Avenue is right over here, and then Gandy's to the north. So you are in that South Tampa Planning District, and the future land use map is pretty simple because it is all residential 10. That is your single-family detached future land use designation, and it is surrounding this neighborhood. If I was to zoom out even more, there'd be some commercial probably along McDill and Gandy, but that was a little far for the viewfinder. We did find this consistent with the comprehensive plan. The request would allow for an overall density of the subject site is 7.14 units per acre, which is consistent with that density anticipated under the residential 10 future land use designation that allows up to 10. Furthermore, we did find that the proposed request would allow for development that is similar form, height, and scale of the surrounding residential uses along this portion of West Paxton Street. And this also supports many of our policies in the comprehensive plan as it relates to housing the city's growing population. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Mary Samaniego for the record. Again, this is Euclidean rezoning, so they're requesting to rezone the property from RS60 to RS50. The property again is at 3221 West Paxton Avenue West Paxton Avenue. For consideration of changing zoning from RS50 to RS60 or for any rezoning where we are reducing the minimum lot widths, we do an analysis of the lot widths in the surrounding 9-block study area. The data for the policy 9.3.8 is found on page 3 of your staff report. For this study area, a total of 181 lots were reviewed, 57 of which have a lot width of 60 or wider, which is the minimum lot size of the current zoning district. Pursuant to the existing development pattern, the subject block, which is this subject block, has a total of 18 lots. 50% of those lots are 60 feet or greater already. The 3200 block of the avenue on both sides of the street were evaluated, and 88% of those lots were 60 feet or wider as well. And then as far as just the subject block face, all of the lots are at least 60 feet wide. Because of the development pattern in the overall study area, the block, the 3200 block on both sides and the block face, all of those have a consistent pattern of lots at least 60 feet wide or wider. Planning, design, and development coordination found that the establishment of 50-foot lots would be incompatible with the existing development pattern. Saying that, there were no other comments from other staff members, and so overall the development review and compliance staff did find this inconsistent because of the incompatibility with the existing development pattern. Do you have any questions?
Any questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Applicant?
Hello, I'm Phil Houston, owned the property for, I think, about 16 years, and she pretty much said everything that had to be said. I don't know if you have any questions, what we want to do.
Nothing else, sir?
No.
Okay, any questions for the applicant? Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate it. Anyone here for public comment on item number 7? If so, please come forward. May I have a motion to close? Motion to close by Councilman Escalco, second by Councilman Citro. All in favor? Any opposed? I believe Councilman Carlson, are you comfortable, sir, taking item number 7? I apologize, Councilman Citro. I'm really off tonight. Go ahead. That it has. Go ahead, sir.
File number REZ 19-96, the application, an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 3221 West Paxton Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS60 residential single family to RS50 residential single family, providing an effective date. As the petitioner has met the burden of proof, providing competent substantial evidence, the rezoning is consistency with the comprehensive plan.
Do we have a motion by, yes, sir, Councilman Dingfelder?
I can't support the motion. I don't understand the motion because I didn't hear any competent substantial evidence to support the lot split, except that he lived there 16 years. The staff has gone to great trouble to analyze the neighborhood. We all have the very colorful map in front of us. To analyze the neighborhood, to evaluate the block face. If this was Virginia Park, there'd be 30 people here, but for whatever reason, Gandy Sunbay South, I guess, is not here to object, but I still don't think that means we don't have to give it the same kind of attention. As somebody said earlier, the young lady actually was from Virginia Park. She said, if we have a zoning code, why aren't we sticking with it? Unless there's competent substantial evidence to tell us why we aren't sticking with it. So again, with all due respect to the maker of the motion and the second, I don't understand it. I'd love to know a little more of what I missed. This entire block face is testified to by our land use expert, Mary. On the side of the street that this gentleman's on is all red, which is between 80, it looks like 80 to 99 feet. And then across the street is the light yellow, which is between 60 and 64 feet. Nowhere near the 50-foot lots that he's asking for. So I can't support the motion.
Okay, any further discussion?
I just like for a clarity here. If I'm looking at blue, maybe there's two color blues here, but I only see one color. Maybe one I see is different than the other.
Right.
On the streets of West Ballast Point
And we have to
Boulevard-
do, and if I may interrupt, you probably have to do a motion to open.
That would be
May I,
fine.
may I have it? So moved. We have a motion to open by Councilman Citro, second, I believe it was by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. She gave an analysis of the whole area, of the whole blocks.
Yes, sir.
And when I look at Cherokee Avenue, those lots that are those 50-foot lots in blue to the,
No, those are lots that are between 55 and 59 feet wide.
all right, and the ones on Ballast Point Boulevard,
The ones on those are, blue is 55 to 59.
all right, then I see a blue when I'm looking at the blue there in your second, when you look down the second row from left to right, there's a blue, no, up, further up.
In the chart.
In the chart, up. Right there, there's 50 to 54, 81%. Is that, where did that figure come from? Right there.
Yes, I see it, sir. What's your question?
What, if all that is 50 and up, 50 to 54, you said 81% of them are 50 to 54, am I correct?
Yes.
And what are
You can
these?
see they're all the majority over in this area. And here's the subject property.
Then I'm further confused because if we're looking at 6 blocks, then we're all limited just to that one block, in my opinion.
We always look at the 9-block study area as well as the block on either side and the block face. And we take all 4 of those consideration into the overall finding.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Should leave that up for a second.
Councilman Dingfelder, and we have Councilman Morris.
Well, I appreciate you all look at the larger area, but what I'm focusing on here is the subject property, which is on Paxton, and the reds that are next to it, up and down Paxton, and then across the street from Paxton is still 60, at least 60 to 64, depending on which color yellow it is. So that immediate block on both sides is not consistent. And then the other thing I was going to say, and this doesn't make any sense to me, up at the top, Mary, it says 60 to 64, 0%, even though there's 67 parcels. That must be a typo.
It is.
Okay. So we shouldn't pay attention to those percentages because they look wrong. Probably the quantity of lots is probably correct, but the percentages look really wrong. At least that one. Well, and 50 to 54 is showing 81%, even though it's only 76 of the lots. That math doesn't add up either. So.
Well, she didn't do the math, I'm sure.
No, I did not do the math, and I don't use those numbers. I do my own calculations. I count each lot individually and do my own.
Okay, well, I just want, for the record, this is the document that's going into the record, so I just want to make sure that we're not paying attention to those percentages, because those percentages are clearly, as a former math teacher, I would say they're wrong. So. All right, thank you.
I believe next was Councilman Carlson. And to let and wait, sir, to let the petitioner know, you may have additional time because you used up 20 seconds of your time, so I'll give you more than ample time afterwards to respond. So just to let you know that, sir. Thank you. Go ahead, sir. Nothing? Oh, okay. Anyone else? Okay, petitioner, you may come forward, sir, and you have your time. And Mr. Crew, how much time did you have left over? A rough
14 minutes.
14 minutes, so you may speak. And that this gentleman with you is, who is this gentleman?
This is my father.
Okay. And are you looking at, what's your name, sir?
My name is Philip Houston Jr., and this is Phil Sr.
Do you own the property, sir? Or?
Yes.
I mean, the father does. Okay, so if y'all, you guys have plenty of time if you wish to jointly speak. But before each person, what I would ask first is that you, sir, speak, and then your father speak afterwards, and that you identify yourself, state your name, all that good stuff, and then go for it. So go ahead.
Okay, Philip Houston Jr., one owner of the property. The reason we're trying to get the zoning is being my wife, she's also on the property. We've had it for the 16, 19 years, and we're going to build a house on it. So the plan is to take it and build on one section of the 50-foot lots. And then either sell the lot or build on that one there, to finance the project. On this here, this is the property, you can see where 3221 is where our property is. And the houses behind it are all 50-foot lots. Now, what we also found out that in this same area that RS60 has already been changed to RS50. Some addresses are the 3212, 3214, and 3416. Ballast Point has recently changed from RS60 to 50. Also, even closer to this neighborhood is on Pearl. 3109 and 3111 have been changed from 60 to 50. So this is two 50-foot lots. That's 100 by 125. So we're trying to just kind of get what's in the neighborhood.
Anything else, sir?
I don't think so.
Okay. Your father, if you wish to speak, sir, you may. Do you?
You good?
I'm good, yes.
Okay, just making sure. And nothing else, sir? I mean, for you. Okay, just making sure. Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. May I have a motion to close? We have a motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Goods. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, I believe we had a motion made by Councilman Citro, a second by Councilman Maniscalco. Do you all stand by that motion? Yes. And Councilman Dingfelder, go ahead, sir.
Well, I'm a little torn because this time I've heard some evidence. Whether or not it's competent, substantial evidence, I guess we all have to decide. But I appreciate the property owner coming up and giving us a little more information. And I realize you don't do this for a living, and I apologize for sounding critical. I think it's a tough one because it has been pointed out, and now I do see 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 4 different rezonings within 6 blocks that have gone from the RS60 to the RS50, as pointed out by the petitioner. I imagine that's perhaps the future of this neighborhood. It does concern me a little bit. and I guess I'll think on it. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further discussion on the motion before we vote? Okay, we have a motion on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
The motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be on December 5th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, sir. Next we move onward. Yes, sir. Next we move onward to item number 8.
Mayor Samaniego, item number 8 is REZ 1924. This is a rezoning request from RM24 to CI to plan development. This was originally heard and approved.
And, before you go, I apologize. We have to take a 5-minute recess. No, we'll be back 5 minutes. Council is back in recess. Roll call, please.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
Goods? Maniscalco?
Here.
Citro?
Here.
Miranda?
Here.
Carlson?
Here.
And Vieira.
Here. Thank you very much for the recess. We had some internal housekeeping that I take care of. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mary Samaniego. We're on item number 8, which is REZ 1924. As I was explaining before the recess, this application was originally heard and approved, and the uses were business, professional office, and professional residential treatment facility. The applicant is elected to change the uses to business, professional office, and emergency shelter facility. Saying that the review, basically the makeup of the site plan has remained the same. There are changes between first and second reading to location of the dumpster, as well as to transportation notes and natural resources notes. Transportation did find this inconsistent because there's an 18% parking waiver reduction. And planning, design, and development coordination also found this inconsistent. Saying that if you do approve this application, please, there is a revision sheet for your consideration. And overall, the development review compliance staff, for the record, has found this inconsistent with the applicable sections of the City of Tampa Land Development Regulations. Please reference the findings in your staff report provided from transportation for local street access and parking reduction, and with planning, design, and development coordination. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up.
Jennifer Malone with your Planning Commission. I will be brief since you have already seen this previously. It is the Salvation Army facility within Tampa Heights and within the Tampa Heights Urban Village. There it is outlined along North Florida Avenue. The future land use, it is 2. It is Community Commercial 35. That is the red color along North Florida Avenue. The dark brown color is Residential 83. And then there's Regional Mixed Use 100 over here. The Planning Commission did find this inconsistent once again with the comprehensive plan. We did find that while the plan seeks to provide opportunities throughout the city for emergency shelters and transitional housing, we found that this would not be in support of that policy because this is still providing for that excessive concentration that one of our policies mentions, and it would not be providing these facilities throughout the city. And that would be policy HSG 1.1.12. And again, that is inconsistent with the policy direction of the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have the petitioner?
Good evening, Trip Gardner, 400 North Ashley Drive. I'm calling this our first reading. And we went through it in detail before, but I thought it might be helpful just to give you a quick overview. We were last in front of you 3 months ago, received a 6-1 vote of approval with Mr. Dingfelder voting against it. I think we've, not on your behalf, John, but we have answered what I think was your concern. But again, just to give you a brief overview, everything outlined in red are Salvation Army's holdings in this area. And just to orient you, this is Florida running north, this is Franklin running north. You see Oak here, and then this is, in this corner here, is 275 wrapping around. So if you recall from before, what Salvation Army is trying to do is consolidate its properties into one. And so one change from the last time is this property under here is under contract for sale, as well as this property here. And then, so now focusing in on these properties, this property right here is the existing Red Shield Lodge. And then this is what we refer to as 1603 Florida, which is where their current administrative offices. There's a lot of back and forth between the Red Shield Lodge and this property here. And what this would allow us to do, which I believe, and we got into this the last time, negates the concern of the Planning Commission, is they're needing to look at this in a vacuum of having the bed count at the existing Red Shield Lodge aggregated to what we're proposing here. What we're proposing is for the existing Red Shield Lodge to disappear. All of the residents would move to 1603, would be consolidated into one facility, which this is the image of it. It would be gated, it would be secure, and would take away the need for the back and forth between the two properties. So that's an overview of what we're proposing. And then with respect to the change, you'll recall at the last hearing, and this was no fault of the city at all, it was actually Ms. Moreno, when she was here, instructed us that we would need to ask for a professional residential treatment facility in order to fit this need. The problem with that was it allows drug and alcohol rehab, which is not something that Salvation Army does, especially on this property, nor has any intent to do. But the way the approval was before, it granted that right. And so that led to some discomfort from Mr. Dingfelder, but also from the residents after our first reading, even though we were approved. We met with those neighbors, dug into the code, and ironically, we found there is an emergency shelter facility definition, which is exactly what we are. It does not allow for the drug and alcohol rehab, but it's not in the use code. And so we worked with city legal and basically are using the PD process in order to get that use, which then takes away the need for the professional residential treatment facility and its ability to have drug and alcohol rehab. So that's the change. With that, Captain Andy Miller is here as well, and I think he'd just like to speak to what this means for Salvation Army, and we would ask for your approval again, just like the last time. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Andy Miller, 1603 North Florida with the Salvation Army. Thanks for your time. We appreciate your service. And at the last meeting, there was a fair amount of concern about whether or not we would indeed be doing what we said we would do and not have a drug and alcohol treatment center. And we decided to take 4 months off of our project to narrow that focus here so that we can ensure that our neighbors and you know that we mean what we say, and we're glad to make that distinction. The Salvation Army has been serving in Tampa for 126 years. Actually, we started right here on this property. You can see a green sign right on the other side of here. The Salvation Army starting here in downtown Tampa. We've been in the neighborhood we're in now for over 75 years, and we look forward to being able to serve our community as we continue to facilitate our mission, to preach the gospel of Jesus Christ and meet human needs in His name without discrimination. And we're the only emergency shelter for single men and women, and we believe we can do that better if we have a better facility, and we think we can raise the funds to make this happen. So again, we're glad to narrow our focus here and narrow the usage to be an emergency shelter, and hopefully this will reassure our neighbors who have concerns that we're trying to do the most good for them.
Thank you, sir. Anything further from the petitioner?
I would just add the issue of density, especially as it relates to bed count, came up the last time. And just to go over that again, because I know there was some information out there that this is an increase. It's actually a decrease. At the existing Red Shield Lodge, there are 145 beds. Currently approved across the street are 40 beds for a total of 185, and we're proposing 172, so it's already a net reduction right there. That said, one more nuance to it. Only 120 beds are to be utilized. That 172 number is just in the event of a hurricane, a freeze, or some other natural disaster. So I just wanted to touch on that point again since it was raised before. That's all we have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Ms. Kurt?
Thank you. Rebecca Kurt, Legal Department. I just wanted to clarify for the record that the city did not request a change from the professional residential facility to the emergency shelter. In fact, the professional residential facility passed 6-1 on first reading, and I just wanted to make sure that any concerns about The treatment facilities that were raised by the public are not imputed to City Council because City Council did not request this change.
We appreciate it. Councilman Dingfelder.
Mr. Kirk? So just for clarity, what is the difference between professional residential treatment facility and emergency shelter facility from the code's perspective?
The professional residential facility does allow for this additional treatment, but I just wanted to make it clear that that is a change in the request by the applicant. It is not a request that was requested by City Council.
Right.
I
heard you say that. My question has nothing related to that. My question is, in the code, what's the difference between these two categories?
I'm going to ask Ms. Samaniego to explain the definitional difference.
Mary Samaniego.
At the bottom of the side.
Sorry. I have not memorized those definitions, but the applicant has given me a copy from the code. Professional residential treatment facilities and residential establishment other than a hospital or nursing home providing relatively intensive diagnostic or therapeutic services for one or more residents. Whereas an emergency shelter is a facility providing temporary residential housing, rooming, and dormitory style with or without boarding for persons otherwise homeless or seeking shelter from abuse.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anything further? Okay. Next, we move forward to public comment. If anyone is here to publicly comment on item number 8, this is your time to please come forward and address City Council. Is anyone here for item number 8? We have a motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, a second, I believe, by Councilman Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Who's next? Was it Councilman Maniscalco?
All right, I have an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 1603 North Florida Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification CI, commercial intensive, and RM24 residential multifamily to PD, plan development, business and professional office, and emergency shelter facility, providing an effective date. And I see that the petitioner has met its burden of proof to provide competent substantial evidence that the development as conditioned and shown on the site plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan and city code.
In revisions, I think.
Do we have a revision sheet with this? Including the revision sheet, and that's it.
We have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
The motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be on December 5th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, sir. We move on to item number 8.
Nope. Item number 9.
9, I'm sorry.
Mary Samaniego. Item number 9 is REZ 1972. It's a rezoning request for 3704 West Euclid Avenue from R01 PD to allow for medical office, business professional office, club, place of religious assembly, bake, catering shop, and a pharmacy.
Jennifer Malone with your Planning Commission staff. This is located in the South Tampa Planning District, Level B evacuation zone. Heart Route 36 and 19 serve the subject site. The subject site is outlined in the purple. This is West Euclid Avenue. I have South Del Mabry Highway. This is the Britton Plaza Center. There's shopping in here. There's a Marshall's, and then a Publix over this way, and then single-family homes to the north. The future land use of the subject site is residential 20, which does allow some consideration for these non-residential uses. To the south in the red is community commercial 35. To the north, this is residential 10, and then I also have community mixed use 35 along South Del Mabry Highway. Planning Commission staff did find this consistent with the comprehensive plan. The residential 20 category allows consideration of these non-residential uses if it meets locational criteria, which this does because it has access onto the Euclid, which is a collector roadway, and that is one of those requirements. We also found that it's adjacent to several professional offices along this portion of West Euclid as well, and it will not alter the character or development pattern. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mary Samaniego for the record. Again, this property is at 3704 West Euclid Avenue. It's property that's right kind of in front of Britton Plaza. Here's a map of the subject property. It's currently an existing medical office. What the applicant is proposing to do, and I'll show you in the site plan, is to demolish the existing building and build a new mixed-use development. So here's Britton Plaza. Here's the subject property zoned RO1, as well as the properties directly to the west. Here we can start going across Euclid into the larger residential area, and then further office and residential uses on the other side of the street. As I stated, everything on the existing property will be demolished, and this is the proposal for reconstruction. It's a 3,000 square foot building with allowable uses, again, of medical office, business professional office, club, place of religious assembly, bank, catering shop, and or pharmacy, or any combination thereof, provided that parking is met. Staff reviewed the parking based on the worst case scenario, and it appears that all parking is in compliance. They are providing all required green space, vehicle use area buffers, as well as you can see grand tree protection on the western side of the lot. Based on, as Jennifer stated, the future land use and the request for the combination of uses, a PD application is necessary to review it. You will see on page 3 of your staff report, because it's in the R20 land use category, the medical office special use criteria have to follow through within this PD. A plan development is not a way to get out of those criteria. Again, in the staff report, both of those medical office criteria have been met. The only waiver that the applicant needs through this PD process is access to a local street. This section of South Sterling Street from Euclid that goes into the parking lot of Britton Plaza is classified as a local street. Because of that, and there's a residential property zoned across the street. Because of that, there's a technical standard that says that you cannot have non-residential access to local streets that have access to residential property. So they are asking for that one waiver. Other than that, there are some changes between first and second reading from Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. Transportation did find that waiver request inconsistent, the access to a local street. Transportation is available if you have any questions for them. Natural Resources found it consistent with a couple changes between first and second reading, and Stormwater has some modifications. But overall, the Development Review and Compliance staff has found this is consistent based on transportation inconsistency for the access to the local street.
Thank you, Madam. Any questions? Councilman Carlson.
So this is right by where I live. I go through this area every day, and I'm not bringing evidence to it. But the question is Sterling actually still? I've seen this sign that it looks like it's still a road. It's still counted as a open city road?
Yes, that section of Sterling is a local street.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Anything else? Thank you, Madam. Okay, petitioner.
Good evening. My name is Attorney Devin Damon with Phelps Dunbar at 100 South Ashley Drive on behalf of the property owner, EA MMP LLC, and Dr. Alberto Morales regarding the application REZ 1972 for rezoning from Residential Office 1 to Planned Development. Here with me this evening also is my partner, Brett Feldman with Phelps Dunbar, Alan Murphy, the land planning consultant, Steve Henry, the transportation consultant, and Garrett Gilkey, the contractor for the project. If I may
Could you speak up a little louder?
Oh, sorry. I'd like to just introduce into the record the qualifications and written reports from the consultants.
Will the consultants be testifying tonight? Are they present?
They are present. With regard to city staff's presentation, we are agreeable to the recommendations and requirements, and all minor modifications will be resolved in the time between first and second reading. As explained by city staff, the relevant parcel of land is located in the southwest corner of West Euclid Avenue and South Sterling Avenue, immediately north of the shopping center Britton Plaza. The property is currently used as a medical office and is currently zoned as R01. The applicant seeks to change the zoning designation for the property from R01 to PD in order to redevelop the existing medical office from the existing 1,902 square foot building to a 3,000 square foot building while preserving the medical office use on the property. Just to note, the proposed FAR 0.18 falls well below the maximum 0.5 FAR allowed in the applicable R20 future land use designation. The existing building located on the property was built in 1950 that has had several additions over the years. It's an outdated structure with low ceilings and windows only on one side. The new structure, which will be more suitable for patient consultation and serving the community, will be more modern, more spacious, and also include improved transportation features, such as a sidewalk along Sterling and a provided bike rack. The property exists in an area of transition from significant commercial higher intensity uses to the south, Britton Plaza, to residential lower intensity uses to the north across Euclid. To that end, the applicant proposes only a limited number of compatible neighborhood commercial uses for the property under the PD zoning designation. The proposed site plan meets all the parking requirements, and as explained by city staff, access will be provided on a local road via Sterling. This is based on the applicant's desire to avoid stopping traffic on Euclid. City transportation staff's interpretation that the segment of the local road primarily serves commercial traffic, and the analysis provided by Mr. Henry, which highlights that the provision of access on Sterling allows for a safer entry into the property. Under the Land Development Code, with a waiver, access can be placed on the local road Sterling instead of the collector Euclid when a local road primarily provides access to commercial property. The relevant portion of Sterling serves only commercial traffic as it's currently constituted because it serves Britton Plaza, which is of course a large commercial development. Thus, we respectfully request that City Council approves this waiver. This is the only waiver being requested in this application. Finally, the zoning request is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and this is supported by city staff. In sum, the applicant respectfully requests that City Council approves the subject application for rezoning of the property from residential 1 to a planned development zoning designation, including for the relevant transportation waiver, which benefits the public. If you have any questions at all, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, as well as the consultant.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilman Dingfelder.
Yes, ma'am. I missed your name at the beginning.
Devin Damon.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you.
And good job.
Thank you.
Okay. Did Mr. Henry in his analysis, and if you said it, I apologize, did he speak to what the current number of trips are through that little segment of Sterling going into Britton Plaza? It must be thousands. Oh, there he is. You been sworn in, Mr. Henry?
I have. Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa, 33607. We did not do a traffic study. The traffic study was not required for this. Really what we were looking at was whether it made more sense to have the access on Euclid or on Sterling. And from our standpoint, as we put in the letter, from a safety standpoint, operation standpoint, the Sterling Avenue access is much better than the Euclid.
Did you look at a right-in coming off of Euclid and like the ingress being on Euclid and the egress being on Sterling, and that just didn't make sense?
No, the problem is that you have to have some depth, parking to make that work. Otherwise, people are going to go the wrong way out, and we don't have the depth to be able to accommodate that, so it wouldn't function adequately.
So the waiver is the only way this property can work from your perspective?
Correct. I think the safest way. I mean, could it work? Yes, but the safer and better way is for it to work with the access off of Sterling. And the reality is, until this one, same as you'd said, I always thought that was actually the driveway to Britton Plaza. Because it functions like the driveway, and we put a letter, it functions like the driveway for Britton Plaza. And but for the one zoned residential property across the street, we wouldn't even have to ask for the waiver.
Mr. Henry, she coached you well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Anyone here from the public here to comment on item number 9? If so, please come forward at this time. We have a motion to close by Councilman Miranda, second by Councilman Goods. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilman Goods, do you, sir, mind taking item number 9?
Okay, sir. Thank you. Orders to be sent for first reading consideration, file number REZ 19-72. In order to rezone the property in the general vicinity of 3704 West Lucas Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district application RO-1 residential office to PD plan development, medical office, business/professional office, club, place and religious assembly, bank, catering, shop, pharmacy, providing an effective date.
Second. And was there a revision sheet? Mr. Shelby?
Yes, with a revision sheet.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion by Councilman Goods, second by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
The motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be on December 5th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, sir. We move onward to item number 10.
Mary Semeniego, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. Item number 10 is REZ 1977. It's a rezoning request for the property located at 5105 West Tyson Avenue from Industrial General to planned development for multifamily residential and attached single-family residential.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. Jennifer Malone again with your Planning Commission staff. This is located in the South Tampa Planning District, more specifically on Rattlesnake Point. Palmacia Lions Park is the closest public recreational facility. Hart Route 17 serves the subject site. It is in Evacuation Zone A. It's also within the coastal high hazard area. I have an aerial on the screen for you. The site is outlined in the purple. We have West Tyson Avenue, Bridge Street right here. This is a little outdated because if you would drive out there today, this is no longer dirt. It's houses and development all in this area. And there's still some remaining industrial pieces along West Tyson Avenue, as well as some restaurants and uses such as those. On the future land use map, the designation of the subject site is Community Mixed Use 35. There's also Community Mixed Use 35 further over here. This dark brown is the dark black, is heavy industrial. There's still some remnants of that on West Tyson Avenue. And then we have some urban mixed use 60 to the north. Planning Commission staff did find this consistent with the comprehensive plan. As I've said, it is located on Rattlesnake Point, and as I'm sure this council is aware, that area has been transitioning from a heavy industrial working waterfront more towards a mixture of residential, industrial, and commercial uses along West Tyson. And we also have specific policy language within our plan about the development pattern that pertains to Rattlesnake Point. We did find that the site plan furthered a number of these policies, including they're providing some public access adjacent to the waterfront, and they're addressing some concerns about the coastal high hazard area. So overall, we found that the proposed development meets the intent of the Community Mixed Use 35 future land use category, and that the proposal is comparable and compatible with the surrounding development pattern, especially with the residential development that is under development to the east of the subject site. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mary Semeniego, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. again, as Jennifer stated, we are out at Rattlesnake Point. This is a location zoning map. We can kind of get a context. This is the subject property right here. It's currently an industrial use. This is all under development for a mixed-use project with a heavy concentration of residential. Here's a military installation, and here's a heavy industrial use, 2 lots to the west. This is a plan development application with a site plan approval required. They're asking for a maximum of 358 dwelling units amongst 13 buildings, as well as a 4-story parking garage. I know the applicant will go into more detailed presentation as far as their site plan, but here is the parking garage. Here are the multifamily buildings, and then here are some townhome style multifamily buildings as well. They are compliant with parking. 660 parking spaces are required by code. A total of 711 are being provided. The only waivers that they're requesting per code, section 27-283.14, 5 loading spaces are required. They're asking to waive that down to 0. And then section 27-289.10C1 requires that all front doors for townhome style multifamily units face a public right-of-way. As you can see, these units face an internal drive aisle as opposed to a public right-of-way, so they need a waiver to that code section for buildings 1 through 10 to face an internal drive aisle. Other than that, planning, design, and development coordination has some modifications between first and second reading to the site plan to clarify some of the numbers. Similarly, transportation has some modifications between first and second reading for the parking count. And natural resources has some final recommendations and requirements to clean up the overall tree preservation and green space provisions. But all of those criteria have been met. Again, the only waivers that are being requested are for loading berth provision and the location of the front doors for the townhome style multifamily units. Saying that, the Development Review and Compliance staff did find this consistent with the City of Tampa land development regulations. Again, if it's the pleasure of council to approve this application, please remember the revision sheet as listed in your staff report. Do you have any questions at this time?
Any questions from council? Councilman Dingfelder.
It appears to me you have transportation staff with us tonight.
Yes, sir.
John?
Would you like to, Mr. Scott?
Jonathan Scott, Transportation Planning.
Just for the record, I have not spoken to anybody about this particular project. However, I was recently down there at a neighborhood association, and they were talking about projects in this vicinity and the traffic issues associated with them, specifically West Shore. And I'm wondering, what's the impact of this project? Did it require a traffic study? What's the conclusion of the traffic study, if there is one? Is that portion of West Shore still 2 lanes? What's the level of service for the intersection of Gandy and West Shore, et cetera, et cetera?
Sure. Yeah, they were required to do a traffic study, and they did have a impact fee amount that they pay, and the traffic intersection, West Shore and Gandy, was a failing intersection. That's one they mainly mitigated.
I'm having a little trouble hearing you.
And yeah, West Shore and Gandy intersection was a failing intersection, and they had mitigation to pay for their impact on that. And West Shore was still a 2-lane roadway. And I believe their traffic engineers here, they can bring some more details to that analysis as well.
So, let me ask our traffic engineer, that would
Sure.
be you. On this section of West Shore, is it still 2 lanes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Do we have plans to make it 3 lanes?
No, we don't.
Is it in our CIP to make it 3 lanes?
No, it's not.
Okay. So, I know that adjacent project, which I can't remember the name of right now, was approved a long time ago.
Yeah, the West Shore Marina project.
Right, the West Shore Marina. Does that also exit out to that portion of West Shore?
It does have exits.
I know it exits out to Gandy, but I think it
It
probably.
does have an entrance off of West Shore, yes.
Uh-huh. Does Tyson have a light yet?
No, it does not.
Is a light projected there?
It's anticipated. One of their conditions was that they would do a traffic signal award analysis within 2 years of their final CO to see if it was going to be warranted. We do anticipate it to be warranted.
Okay. Thanks for now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
While transportation is up,
Yeah, certainly.
if I could ask you a couple more questions. So when you all look at the traffic studies, do you take into account, then one of the things neighbors are concerned about is all the plans that have been approved already, all up and down the West Shore corridor? When you take into, considering this is the only way out, going out through the intersection you said is an F intersection, how, does the traffic study take into account everything that's been planned, all the multifamily developments that have been planned along that corridor? And the second part, while I have the floor, is there some kind of, you said mitigation, but is there mitigation money, but is there some plan to what's the plan to fix that corridor? Is there a plan?
The analysis does take into account the background traffic, what's existing, and also we had them add some developments that weren't built yet as well. The intersection of West Shore and Gandy does have some improvements they're making right now. They're adding turn lanes as we speak.
What about the road itself? Since it's so small,
nothing on the roadway itself, but just mainly at the intersection right now.
Is there a grade for the road overall, the traffic that goes up and down that road? Especially
no, there's no plans to widen that, but I agree, that's a highly traveled roadway for sure.
You said there was an F rating for the intersection, but is there a similar kind of rating just for the road itself? In front
yeah, that whole corridor would be failing.
The whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
West Shore is failing from Gandy south?
I think that whole corridor is, yes.
Anything else? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And by the way, it was a pleasure to meet your wife. She was a nice lady. Very nice lady. Just wanted to say that. We all enjoyed her coming. Very nice lady.
A well-behaved child.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rebecca Kurt, Legal Department. Before the applicant gets up here, I did want to make just kind of a housekeeping matter with this particular application. The Legal Department has reviewed an issue that came up with some of the access points. The applicant has demonstrated that preliminarily that they have right to use the access points that they have shown. That is disputed by a third party, CSX, that is currently in litigation. However, the city does not have the ability to hold up this application based upon the fact that that is in dispute. If in fact later down the line this application is approved, but they are unable to utilize those access points, they'll have to come up with some new access points, which will be reviewed through the substantial change review process that the city has established in its code. And if it's determined to be a substantial change with those access points, it will come back to you for a new rezoning to look at those access points.
So yes, you may go.
Is the transportation feedback competent substantial evidence?
Is it
the
transportation?
The fact that the road is an F already, is that competent substantial evidence?
It is a fact, so it is competent substantial evidence. There's a bigger picture that you all have to consider, which the ratings of the transportation are have to be taken in the context to the fact that the city does not have a concurrency requirement at this point. Concurrency was when it was established what level of road you would have, and then you would establish at what point what level of road was acceptable for your area, and then you could stop development if it went below those ratings. That's no longer the case. The state has established some parameters. The city now is a transportation concurrency exception area, particularly in this area, and so therefore there's a mitigation payment that they pay. They pay a proportional share of their impact to try and address those concerns, but it's no longer the fact that if you are trying to put additional trips on a failing road, that is in fact in itself for a basis for denial. So there needs to be more than the fact that the road is failing.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I have one other follow-up on this, Kurt. Yeah, thanks for reminding me about the TCEA. But tell us a little bit more about those payments. How do those payments mitigate and help a failing road and a failing intersection?
I'm actually going to ask Jonathan Scott to get a little bit more into the mitigation payments and how they evaluate that. But there was adopted, after the TCE went away, there was a multimodal mitigation. There was analysis done, and then there is a procedure that you go through where you, depending upon the number of trips and the size of the project, they identify the amount that you have to pay. But I'm going to let Jonathan address that a little bit.
So one more question to you, Rebecca. So the state eliminated that?
The city, prior to the state doing it, the city actually had established this area as a TCEA, which is a transportation concurrency exception area, not to talk linguistically, but it was many, many years ago that the state actually said in, not sure exactly the term, but dense urban environments such as the city of Tampa, that it was not going to be a concurrency area anymore in transportation. The landscape totally shifted, and we handle it differently now.
And how about evacuation? Is that anything that we can address? Evacuation concerns?
There are policies in your comprehensive plan dealing with that, and I'm sure the Planning Commission staff can talk to you more about that, but they definitely need to address things dealing with that. Yes, that is something you can consider.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else?
Do you mean to follow up on
that?
Jonathan Scott, Transportation Planning. On that question you had, when they have a fee impact for their analysis, it's used in the whole area for different projects. So like in this case, they would have a mitigation amount, and that would go towards that area.
And then you can use the money, the city can use the money for whatever it wants to, as long as it's transportation related or something like that?
That's correct, as long as it's in that area as well.
Okay. And is the amount calculated already?
Yes, it is.
Do you know the amount?
Give me 1 second, I can give it to you.
You can ballpark me if you want.
I think it's 17,000 something, because we had them add the fact as well that they have to, within 2 years of their final CEO, do a signal warrant analysis for Tyson and West Shore, and they would have an additional impact fee amount as well for that, possibly.
Okay. 17,000 for 358 units. Thank you.
Sure.
John, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Refresh my memory. Is there a traffic light signal at the corner of Tyson and West Shore?
There is not at this time. That's what we were just talking about, that we anticipate that it will be warranted in the future, though.
How far in the future?
Probably
Within 10
by the
years?
time we're going to have them do the warrant analysis within 2 years of the build out. We anticipate it to probably be warranted at that time. So within 2 years of their build out, which might be 3 years, but.
Thank you, John.
Sure.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much. Petitioner.
Good evening, Council. Elise Batzel with Stearns Weaver Miller. We do have some documents to present to the record with your approval.
Yes, ma'am.
So while she's passing those out, we're here tonight with Kevin Menier of Genesis Hoff, our planner and engineering firm, Matt Hawthorne, who's a representative of the owner, as well as Scott McLaurin, trial counsel with Hillward and Henderson. I'll let you guys get settled in. Some of these are small, so I thought it was best that you have them in front of you in case the overhead doesn't adequately show what we're talking about.
That's it.
So as staff has already said, you all are familiar with Rattlesnake Point and its general location. Specifically, this property is 11.9 acres located on the north side of Tyson on Rattlesnake Point. To give you a little bit of a broader look at the current future land use than staff did, you can see that directly to the south on West Shore Avenue is CMU 35. A majority of the Rattlesnake Point has already converted to CMU 35 through a series of approvals that this council approved between 2002 and 2018, and UMU 60 to the north and to the east of the property. Quickly, the project overview. We are asking for 358 multifamily or townhome units. As you can see from the picture in front of you, they're a mixture of 10 townhome buildings and three apartment buildings with a parking garage that will house the majority of the parking internal to the circulation of the development. A maximum density of 29.99 dwelling units per acre, which is below the maximum permitted in the CMU 35. You can see that we've added a pedestrian walkway to the waterfront to really activate and utilize the waterfront for the residents. And you will hear that it furthers the transition from industrial to mixed use by including this buffer that buffers against the adjacent Army Corps of Engineer training facility. As staff mentioned, one of the waivers that we're requesting is a waiver to the building orientation. This would allow the ground floor of building 1 through 10 to actually face internal to the right-of-way. We've created kind of this central Main Street. It's an awkward piece of property, and it's very large. It's 12 acres. And because it's surrounded on 2 sides by water and the CSX tracks face to the south, we've created this internal circulation pattern to integrate the uses. You might remember Councilman Dingfelder and Miranda. The original provision was put into the code when a lot of the provisions, the developments in Courier City were fronting on alleys. So this is actually more creating private streets. The second waiver that we are asking for, and it's probably difficult to see, but it is a waiver to the loading berth requirement. Obviously, with a multifamily development project, what's coming in and out from a loading perspective are going to be moving vans. This actually uses the template for an SU-30 truck, which is bigger than a garbage truck, and it's bigger than the largest U-Haul. As you can see, we've designed the site so that there's adequate circulation and there's adequate ability for moving vans to circulate internal to the property. Also, along this central Main Street, there's a number of parallel parking spaces, and since it's not a city right-of-way, it's a private right-of-way, we could actually tape those off and also have moving vans come in and out of that area. One of the things that you may see out there is all of this development. There's the West Shore Yacht Club, there's the new towers going to the north. So we wanted to show you the massing of this project. I'm going to show you 2 different elevations, but they're both from Tyson Avenue, and it's just so long that it was difficult to put those together. So this is the west half of the project. Looking all the way to the west, you're going to see this dog park here. So there's going to be an open area along Tyson Avenue. Then you can see the massing of the 4-story apartment building. Directly adjacent to that, which is next in your packet, you can see there's open space, and you can see the size and scale of the townhome units, which will also be along Tyson and will be facing along the eastern boundary of the property. The next slide to me is the most interesting, and this is mostly for the benefit of the new council members. Very briefly, we put together this timeline of approvals. This is basically sort of a history of this area, just outside of Rattlesnake Point and on Rattlesnake Point. What you'll see that it shows all of the prior decisions of City Council that support Rattlesnake Point transitioning from this industrial area to a true mixed-use area. From 2002 to 2005, you can see that along the eastern boundary of this area, just off of West Shore and just off of Rattlesnake Point, there were a number of comprehensive plan amendments that brought that industrial to a CMU 35 mixed-use category. From 2006 and most recently to 2018, City Council also extended a number of approvals taking CMU 35 and approving that for a number of properties. In fact, the majority of the properties on Rattlesnake Point. The Rattlesnake Point waterfront area is located in the South Tampa planning area. This planning area, and more specifically the West Shore corridor, which is from Gandy South, has experienced substantial redevelopment over the past 10 to 15 years, as you know. In the past 5 years, this has included a mix of housing types from rental apartments, townhomes, and high-rise dwellings, including the West Shore Yacht Club, the West Shore Marina District, which was formerly the New Port, and a series of single-family attached developments, such as the Exchange at West Shore. And to complement the residential, non-residential uses are now underway in the town center at West Shore Marina District with Duckweed and Cruise Cellars. And a new restaurant concept is coming soon to Gandy and Bridge. There are new neighborhood serving uses being introduced for this transitioning area to serve the needs of the residents, creating a good balance within this area and furthering the vision to create a true mixed-use community. At this point in time, I'd like to introduce Kevin Menier, who's the Director of Planning at Genesis Hop. Oh, yes, you do. I'm about to take all of his exhibits, which he would not be happy with me if I did that. There you go, sir.
Good evening. I'm Kevin Menier with the Genesis Group, 1000 North Ashley, Suite 900, and I'm assisting the lease and the rezoning of this property. It's not often that we have a waterfront property as large as this, almost 12 acres in size, available for redevelopment. We're very proud of our concept and how it reflects and enhances our neighbors. These include West Shore Marina, located directly to the east in the teal. West Shore Yacht Club is to the southeast in the purple. Our western neighbor is the Armed Forces Training Center. And to the south is Hula Bay Restaurant, Bar, and Marina. On Tyson Avenue, most of our neighbors are designated SMU 35, the pink, just like us. So it's fully expected that they will redevelop in the near future in a similar pattern. And recently, the Salt Shack Tiki Bar was approved at the end of Rattlesnake Point. So there's a lot of activity as it continues to transition from industrial to residential. Just a couple of other things. There's a traffic light that's to be installed at Tyson and West Shore. It's a requirement of multiple different zoning districts. We've paid into this fund as part of our special requirements. And we also have Bridge Street, which is just opened. It's a public street. It's available for everybody. It's non-gated, and it will serve as a reliever to West Shore. Here's our neighbor to the east. Ends north. The West Shore Marina is a luxury mixed-use town project with townhomes and multifamily already built, and it will be very similar in size and shape to what we're proposing. And they're also proposing 3 high-rises directly across the water from us. Note that they're pretty graphic, planted a forest on our property. This is our property right there. I guess to jazz it up, we have not a single tree on our property today, but by code, we are required to plant at a minimum 280 trees just to meet code. So soon, our property will be very green. The other graphic is nice too. It shows the public walkway along the seawall. We will be extending this walkway all along our seawall. It's a public walkway, and it will be extending this amenity. Why such a strong commitment to new residential and mixed-use development? Well, because the comprehensive plan provides a unique set of policies specifically focused on Rattlesnake Point to encourage its redevelopment into a residential mixed-use waterfront community. These policies specifically address the future of this unique gateway to the city. Policy 811.1 requires all new development in CMU to be a planned development. That's what we are. That's what we're requesting. Policy 811.4 ensures that there's reasonable public access to the waterfront. In response, we are extending the existing waterfront waterway to match up with West Shore Marina. This walkway will be open to the public. 811.5 ensures that all new projects need to meet 4 specific criteria. In response, we are meeting those criteria. Criteria A is we're required to pay an appropriate transportation mitigation fee. I believe it's $37,000 in addition that we are contributing because we're on Rattlesnake Point. It's a special policy within Rattlesnake Point. Criteria B, we're providing a public walkway that allows the public access to the waterfront. C and D aren't really applicable as we do not abut heavy industry and we're not going to keep any industrial uses. And finally, policy 8, 11.6 and 11.7 ensure that we mitigate for transportation impacts, which we are doing by our mitigation payment, and we will address any hurricane shelter space impacts, if any, prior to any building permits. My research indicates that at the moment we have a surplus within Hillsborough County of hurricane shelter space, but there's a provision in it that we pay into a fund if there is a deficit. To sum up, this is one of the great gateways into Tampa. It's the first view travelers see coming in from Pinellas. We are proud that it is transitioning into a popular and attractive mixed-use waterfront community. This rezoning will allow this future to continue, consistent with the city's vision, consistent with the comprehensive plan, and further enhances the Rattlesnake Point area. And now I'll turn it back over to Elise, to Mr. Henry, that has a couple of comments he'd like to make.
Question for Mr. Minier.
Hey, yes, sir.
So you said $37,000. That's $37,000 per unit, Kevin?
No, total.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Public access on that walkway, can you show a picture? Is this a gated community?
It will be gated, but we are required to have, where's a good picture? Did you take the picture? Yeah, here we go, this one will work. It will be a gated community, but along the waterfront, West Shore Marina is required to make it public. It's to tie in to the trail system, the larger South Agandie trail system. And this is all public, and ours will tie in to it, and it will be public all the way over to here.
Who owns that white property?
The white property is West Shore Marina, yeah, which is already required to set that, to provide that to be public. So it is already going to be constructed to our entrance today. It's being constructed now. Parts of it already exist, and as they complete this area, it will continue over, and then we tie in perfectly to it.
And how would anybody know it's there?
Because there's various places that people can walk in and
is there going to be signage?
We can provide sign. I guess we can provide signage. Sure, absolutely.
Is there going to be parking, public parking?
We're actually over.
No, yeah, but you're a private gated community. So there's not going to be any parking to use that walkway? I guess my only point, Kevin, you and I have known each other a long time, is we talk. It's great if it's a public walkway that's truly open to the public. That's great, but this might be the last anybody ever knows about it, because if you can't see it and you can't park by it, then what good is it? I don't know.
Bridge Street, which is to the east, is a public road. And is there public parking? Yeah, there's public parking provided there. And within Tampa, or within West Shore Marina, there's multiple commercial enterprises that are being permitted right now that will have public parking, in essence, and then people will be able to walk from those restaurants and such onto the walkway.
But right now, there's no connection.
There's no connection?
To where?
Connection
To the brown walkway.
The adjacent development is actually under, oh yes, Elise Batzel, Stearns Weaver. The adjacent development.
That exists.
Is actually under development now, and they've broken ground. So prior to us even receiving permits, that will be in for us to tie in.
Thank you.
Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. Just want to talk about the traffic a little bit. One, as indicated earlier, the city adopted transportation concurrency exception area, which basically says that, you know, from a traffic standpoint, this is an exception area. And you adopted a manual, procedures manual on how we do traffic studies based on being in the concurrency exception area. And so what we do typically is we go meet with the staff and we come up with a methodology. And then based on that methodology, we conduct the analysis, which is what this one was done. And part of the question is, have we looked at the traffic that's already approved out there? In fact, what we do is we go out there and do counts. And in this case, we've added 2.5% per growth per year. In addition to that, we added the Point at West Shore, Hurley Lennar, West Shore Marina, 530 West Shore Boulevard, the West Shore Yacht Club, and the Salt Shack. I added all their traffic to ours to come up with what the background traffic is that's included in our analysis. And then based on the intersection analysis with our traffic and all the background traffic, we come up with what the proportionate share is. And in fact, it was really actually, it's a little over, right about $100,000. But what we have agreed to do was to defer the portion of that proportionate share for the intersection of Tyson and West Shore until that signal is warranted, and then we would pay our proportionate share at that point in time, so that the city has the money for that particular intersection. So that was the way we worked at with the city. That's how the city wanted to do it. Originally, it was about $100,000. Based on our numbers, we think that intersection is going to meet signal warrants sooner rather than later. The reality is based on the volumes that are there and the projections that we're seeing. Do want to just point out a couple things. And again, this has already been talked about, but just kind of highlight it a little bit more. You've got a number of improvements that are in the area. One are the elevated lanes along
the other way.
There we go. Okay. One is the elevated lanes along Gandy that are currently under construction, and in conjunction with that, the expressway is doing the intersection improvements for the city at Gandy and West Shore, which include adding an additional northbound, southbound left turn lane. With those, based on the data that we've seen from the city and also from the expressway, that'll decrease delays at that intersection by 40%. In addition, you've got Bridge Street that has just recently opened up that does allow a connection from Gandy to Tyson. And then as we talked about, there's the intersection, or the signal that will go in at Tyson and West Shore. So from that standpoint, you are looking at some significant improvements in the area. And lastly, I just want to real quickly talk about traffic, the impact of traffic. This property is zoned IG.
If you want to take another 45 seconds, you may to wrap up.
Perfect, thank you. This property is zoned IG. As Mr. Manier said, it's a fairly high intense use. I just wanted to show you kind of order of magnitude of what, if it developed its full potential today, which it may not, maybe half, but whatever that may be. The green shows what it could develop as, what that traffic might be, versus what we're proposing. So you can see that, and that's by right today. They can come in today and build that. So we're a significant decrease over what that could be developed today from a traffic standpoint. So just wanted to point that out. So that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council? Councilman Dingfelder.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Always very thorough. But remind me, at the end of Bridge Street, is there going to be a left turn going west on Gandy coming out of Bridge? Is the DOT allowing that?
Well, now which
coming up to the end of Bridge?
Yes.
Obviously, you can make a right, but is the DOT allowing a left turn there?
They're allowing a left in, not a left out. So if you're going westbound, you can make a left in. Right. You can't make a left out.
So going from Bridge north, you can't make a left.
Correct.
So anybody who lives in that area going to Pinellas County is going to have to come out to West Shore, go through the light, and then go left.
Or come out Bridge Street, make a right, and make a U-turn. But yes, either way, you would have to go through the intersection, correct. But you could avoid West Shore by doing that, but you'd still have to go through the intersection of Gandy and West Shore, yes.
Okay. Have you all had discussions with DOT about that, about left?
Not recently. Many years ago we did.
There's no light at Bridge, correct?
No, correct.
I remember at one point they were talking about a lighted bridge. I guess didn't happen.
No.
Okay. Right of way. I noticed that the city or DOT is doing a third lane for about a couple hundred feet as you approach on the other side of West Shore, as you approach the intersection.
From the north?
Yeah, coming from the north to the south.
Correct.
As you approach the intersection, they're widening it.
Correct.
To, it looks like 3 lanes.
It's going to be a total of 4 lanes southbound.
4 lanes. Is there right of way, to your experience or knowledge, is there right of way in the corridor going south off that intersection, going south down West Shore? It just, does right of way exist there for the possibility of?
For a third lane?
Of the third lane or third or fourth lane?
Well, for a third lane, my opinion is yes, based on, and again, I haven't gone out there and surveyed or looked at it, but driving it enough times, it appears that there is sufficient right of way for a third lane.
And nobody's spoken about that with the city or anything like that in terms of that type of improvement? Jonathan,
not to my knowledge.
Forward. Thanks, Steve.
Sure.
Jonathan Scott, Transportation Planning. Not that I know of. There may be room, but I don't think anybody's looked at that scenario.
Thank you. Okay, now we open it up for public comment on item number 10. If you're here to publicly comment on item number 10, please come forward. Now, how many folks are going to speak on item number 10, just so we can, if you could raise your hand. Okay, good, so everyone's standing. You may begin.
Oh, which is number 12? This is number.
What is this that's being handed, Mr. Shelby?
Looks like the 2-speaker waiver forms.
Okay, we'll deal with 12 when 12 comes.
Okay, so 77 is what's here, and 69 I'm giving back to you, and what you're handing me all relates to 69?
It all relates to both, actually.
It relates to both.
It hits both of them, nail on the head.
Can we go through with this so we can get started with public comment?
Let's get started. Thank you.
Go ahead, ma'am, Mr. Shelby.
Thank you. There's 5 names on the speaker waiver form from Ms. Pointer. Tamara Ritter, thank you. Keith Pointer, thank you. Melissa Swartz, thank you. Sonia, thank you. And Cindy starts with an M. What is the name?
Meadows.
Meadows, thank you. 5 additional minutes for a total of 8. All right, this is over here.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Pointer. I live at 7709 Landcare Lane, which is in South Tampa, 33616. I am an HOA board member for Southtown Park at 7700 Inter Bay Boulevard. I'm also the zoning committee chairperson for the Gandy Civic Association. I am a licensed realtor and a property manager. I am also a certified teacher and a 22-year military spouse. I am a novice researcher of city records, so please bear with me. I may not have the exact details because I'm still learning. The number one reason I'm here tonight is I want you to deny this request to build these properties. Gentlemen, according to my research, since 2016, we have built, you have either approved or they have built or are building 2,748 units south of Gandy, west of Dale Mabry. If you divide that up into quarter-acre lots, which is what most of south of Gandy is, that is the equivalent of moving one person into every 4th house in our area. We can't get here. It took us 4 times to get through the light at Gandy and Manhattan. I don't even want to talk about West Shore. These apartments that have been built, are being built, and have just been built, those 2,748 units, guess what? They're not even full. They're overpriced. that most of them start at $1,800 a month or more, and most folks assume that McDill is a normal place, okay? McDill does not look like any other military facility in the country for a couple of reasons. First of all, because McDill is extremely top-heavy. All I do is help military folks find homes in Tampa when they come to town. Okay, they're not looking for one-bedroom apartments, folks. They're looking for houses. They are not looking for two-bedroom apartments, three-bedroom apartments, or four-bedroom apartments. These are families that are moving here because it's so top-heavy. We've got so many senior folks coming into town. You have a few airmen on the base because they have to run the gates and because there are a few smaller families. But you are talking about within this particular request, 440 units. There's only 527 on McDill. Really? And those are at least homes. These apartments are not going to meet the needs of the military families we've got down here. South of Gandy, everyone in this room knows, is a blue-collar community with a whole bunch of military mixed in. They can't afford $1,800 a month apartments. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. When I checked these a month ago, because this was supposed to be before the council a month ago, and when I checked it, the apartments they started out about $1,800, but this is a bad time of year. And all these apartments, as you can see on, there's a spreadsheet in my thing. I forgot to bring it up here, I'm sorry. It shows that how many of these apartment buildings are running specials, 2 months free, 6 weeks free. Why? Because they're vacant, and vacant apartments don't make money. So if those aren't full that have already been built, already been contracted to be built, why are we going to drag in some more? I don't get that. I also want to point out to you, I read the traffic study for this. The traffic study said that the Gandy overpass will only reduce it by 30%, not by 40%. The other thing that I would offer to you, gentlemen, is that the traffic studies for this one and the next one were taken between 7 and 9 a.m. If you look in there in my documents, it's actually highlighted the McDill gate times. The McDill gate times are from 6 to 8. So by them leaving out that early shift and that later shift, because the high traffic times in the afternoon are from 3 to 5. So South Tampa takes 14,000 people to get into McDill that work there every single day, okay? But these people have left out 2 hours of peak time. Whatever it is in the rest of the city doesn't count because it's not south of Gandy. They're not sitting there at between 8 and 9 in the morning, and they're not sitting there between 5 and 6 in the evening. They're sitting there between 6 and 7 in the morning and between 3 and 4 in the afternoons. You can't get any closer than Oklahoma to that base at 6 o'clock in the morning. You can't get any closer. Inner Bay has been backed up for years, all the way to West Shore. So you tell me that these traffic studies are valid. They're not. They can't be when they're leaving out 2 hours of traffic time a day. And I'm sorry if I'm boring anyone. I also had a huge concern. There seems to be a lawsuit with CSX, and CSX says, so we're going to put driveways across railroad tracks into this gated neighborhood so when the gate doesn't open, somebody comes home drunk, whatever, and they can't get through the gate, where are they going to sit? Are they going to sit on those railroad tracks? And CSX actually said in their letter, the property 2 doors down on the other side of the facility is a hazardous chemicals plant. So somebody comes home drunk, they sit on the tracks because they can't remember how to get in. Trust me, I have a gate in my neighborhood, I hate it. But what happens? That car is sitting there. Somebody falls asleep in the front seat. Then what do we have? We have a CSX, we have I can't even look up the information on that company. So you'll have to figure out what the name of it is because I couldn't get any information on it. I'm sorry if I sound a little crazy.
Chemical formulators.
Yes, chemical formulators.
And please, no comments from the audience, please. Thank you.
No room in our schools. Both Anderson and Robinson are completely maxed out before these apartments are built. Let's see. Where are people, how are all these people? You've put so many new people in our community. How are we gonna get out of here if we have a hurricane? I mean, seriously, I'm just trying to get here from my house at 5 o'clock in the evening, 4 light cycles. I stopped at Wisconsin, no, I'm sorry, below is Wisconsin, anyway. I stopped there for the first time to get through the light cycle at Gandy. We don't have any more room. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot, we live in a food desert. We have no grocery stores south of Gandy. We have no fresh fruits and vegetables. We have no fresh meat south of Gandy in our community. And, I mean, you keep building houses and bringing people in, but there's nobody to feed them. So I'm wondering where, please don't let these people build these apartments. Wait a couple years. Wait until everything that's been permitted has been built and see what it looks like then. Please don't do this to our community. We can't hold any more people right now. We can't hold any more construction. We've got to have the time. I don't know what else to say. I'm sure I'll probably gather my thoughts. But the bottom line is, on that one page by itself, that last page, it says that the PD does not promote efficient, sustainable use of this land and design flexibility and promote plan diversifications and integration of uses and structure, section 27-136. I'm still figuring out what that city plan was. I just looked at it today, so please forgive me.
Thank you, ma'am. And by the way, ma'am, are those 2 children there your kids behind you?
Yes, sir.
Just want to compliment them. They've behaved very well
Thank you.
today, so just to compliment you 2 kids. Thank you. Okay, next, please.
Okay, this is not my thing, but it's important. I'm Jean Strohmeyer. I live south of Gandy, south of Interbay, correct? I am going to zero in on just the one issue that we're dealing with, which is item number 10. I'll come back later for number 12 because that one is really extremely important. So I request on behalf of me, and I can't speak on behalf of my neighbors, but I can only because they told me that they don't want this building. So we ask that you reject it for now. Again, what she said, just let everything settle. Let the dust settle. We cannot, the failing roads, they're saying, well, we got a little something. That's not good enough. We got a little something. We got a little bit of, that's not good enough. To mitigate, we're going to give you $17,000 for your 358 units. That's going to bring in over whatever money. That's not good enough. That's not going to solve the problem. We need this problem solved before we build more. CSX litigation, I'm not sure about all that, but the roads and all that, it's just too much. It's too overwhelming. And they were saying, well, this has been permitted, this has been permitted, this has been, just because something was permitted before illegally in a lot of our opinions, it was permitted, just rubber stamp. You know, anybody in at the secretary's desk is rubber stamping all these permits, which is incorrect. It was not the way it was meant to be down south of Gandy. We are not anywhere else. It's very unique down there. So the money they're talking about mitigating, 17,000 here, 37,000, that's not going to fix the problem of us getting in and out of our community, particularly in a hurricane or anything else. And we are supposed to have single family homes, not high rises. We're not, Long Beach, California. We're not Venice Beach. We are south of Gandy, very, as she said, just blue collar, and we're just regular folks. So, if somebody approves something before, it doesn't matter. Somebody mentioned in their speech the exception area. This is not an exception. Just because you want it to be an exception, it doesn't fit the definition from my understanding of what an exception is. So I think we need to just go ahead and just say no for now, and let us do some serious soul searching here. All this building, everybody's so big on climate change, whether I am or not. Climate change happens because there's no green. We need to have some green space. Everything doesn't need to be a piece of cement on the ground. It just doesn't, and I don't believe that. People cannot afford to live in South Tampa anymore. We were the ghetto for a long time of South Tampa. South of Gandy was the ghetto. Now, everybody wants our properties, and it is forcing us regular folks out. It's just forcing us out, and I think that's wrong. 4-story apartment buildings on the water with no access, no parking. Okay, we have a sidewalk. That doesn't give us access or parking like, so thank you very much for your time, and I ask that you say no.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you. One more minute. Is Mr. Meadows here? Thank you. 4 minutes, please.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jeffrey Carl Natupski. I am the president of the Gandy Civic Association. My district goes from West Shore Boulevard, including the project on these folks, all the way over to MacDill, from Gandy down to Port Tampa. I am a real estate broker. I've been in real estate for 10 years. I'm also a veteran of the United States Marine Corps. My intent up here is to ask you guys to humbly deny the project from going IG to planned development. What I'd like to see is some more time to work out some of the problems and the kinks that we have here. Some of the questions that I heard the council members ask the developers, they quite frankly struggled with the answers. We talked about mixed use. I live in that area. This concept of mixed use is kind of more of a fairy tale in my mind. There's a few restaurants there, but that's it. These restaurants were there long before this new development came in. There is no shopping. There are no places to go grab food. There are no restaurants. There is no grocery stores. In the Marina District, they're building Duck Point and whatever those the other areas they're calling them. I was in a development recently. Those are 2 to 3 years away from actually being in existence. So we're putting thousands of more people into this intersection. Where are they going to get their food at? The next point, traffic, driving. The nice gentleman from 33607, he doesn't live down in our neighborhood. He's not there. They did this traffic study, and the traffic study was done in hours in which the peak time of vehicles wasn't accounted for. I would like this to be denied so we can actually do a traffic study in the peak times and when this traffic actually occurs. Some of the folks on the council live in the area. They know West Shore and Gandy is a nightmare. It's only going to get worse. Adding thousands and thousands of more people down into the neighborhood needs a little bit more time for us to figure out the true impacts of what we are going to have happen. We currently have another 1,000 residents coming in with the current developments there. We need more time to figure out what we're going to do with the traffic. We talk about the trails and the walkways. I ride my bike through there. I drive through there. I don't think anyone other than me knows that you can get in it. It's going to be a neighborhood that's blocked off from the rest of the residents. My bigger concern that I have here in the last minute and 30 is there's millions and millions of dollars being poured into this neighborhood, and they're being poured directly right there where it affects them. The bigger effect is on the actual residents of South of Gandy, of SOG, who have lived there some 2-3 generations. What are we doing for them? What are the developers doing to help out the surrounding neighborhood? My request is we deny the project to allow these nice developers to come meet with the local civic associations. You got my Gandy Civic Association, the Port Tampa Civic Association, Bayside West. I think it would be a great idea for them to come meet with us so we can address these concerns together. We want to be good neighbors to them. We understand the power of the purse. We're not going to stop the project. They've got the money, but we've got the people. And my request is we have a little bit more time just to meet with them, just so we can all sit together and have some civil conversations. We don't want to come up here and cause a ruckus and do this, but if it's what needs to be to bring about the problems and the issues that we have, we would do that. I thank you for your time.
Next, please.
Hi, my name is Carol Ann Bennett. I grew up south of Gandy. I'm a lifelong resident of South Tampa. I just want to say real quick that I was listening to the numbers of what they're paying to mitigate the traffic and road problems, and y'all deal with budgets. You know what this costs. I mean, that's a joke. It's a drop in the bucket. It won't pay for anything. But anyhow, what I wanted to say is South Tampa is geographically unique within the city of Tampa. It is a little peninsula with one official evacuation route, Dale Mabry, which floods during normal seasonal rainfall. Now, let's see, I don't know if you can see this. Can you see this? This is a picture I took. This was just regular rain. They were having regular rain, no big deal. If you look along here, here's all the debris that the flooding lifted up over the curb. This was not a big storm. This was nothing out of the ordinary. On the exact same spot, right behind it, there you go, evacuation route. That sign was put up there just because it floods so frequently with nothing exceptional. Amazingly enough, no matter how many people I ask, no one can tell me how many people can be safely evacuated off of this peninsula in an emergency. No one can tell me what the density limit should be because no studies have been done, even though Coastal Management Policy 1.2.3 of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan requires an annual review of new development and its impact on evacuation times. If you ask for a copy of this report, you won't get it because it doesn't exist. The required analysis of evacuation times is not being done. Building after building is being approved, packing more and more and more people onto this little peninsula with no knowledge whatsoever of its impact on this community in an emergency. The Tampa Comprehensive Plan predicts that the population of South Tampa will be approximately 78,000 in 2040. On April 1st of 2018, the population was over 86,000 people. On April 1st, 2018, the population was 8,564 people over what they thought it would be 21 years from now in 2040. Houston had big growth for years with no regard for hurricanes or flooding. They are now unable to evacuate the city. When they had a hurricane and they tried to evacuate people, weathered the hurricane in their car. During the next hurricane, they didn't evacuate people and people died due to the flooding. The paving of permeable surfaces in Houston is universally agreed to be the cause of massive flooding. This project is in evacuation zone A. It's in the coastal high hazard area, which the Tampa Comprehensive Plan says should have no net increase in residential district. Who is keeping an eye on this? Who is making sure?
Give you 10 seconds to close
Thank
up.
you. Who is keeping an eye on this? Who is making sure that the citizens of the city can be evacuated safely? And we don't end up dying like people in Houston
Thank you very
have.
much, ma'am.
Whose
Appreciate
job
it.
is it to protect us?
Thank you, madam. Next, please.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
Yes.
Oh, it's okay.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Rebecca Snyder. I'm CSX Supervisor Real Estate out of Jacksonville, Florida, and this is my counterpart, Mr. Scott Willis, out of our CSX Public Projects Department, again, also from Jacksonville, Florida. We're here just to follow up an objection that we had previously made to this rezoning.
You said CSX?
CSX, yes, sir. And then answer any questions that we might be able to answer. So as the city is aware, CSX's primary concern with the rezoning and plan development of the Saget property relates to the safety of the proposed access to the proposed development. It crosses the industrial spur, which currently serves Cargill and Chemical Formulators, the chlorine producer for the local water treatment facilities. We are a federally chartered railroad, which means we have to serve our customers. We have a common carrier obligation to do so. So as long as there's customers on this peninsula, we will have to run our trains there. CSX's concerns with the proposed development relate to the lack of any safety measures or considerations to address the proposed at-grade crossings to be used as the sole access to this 358-unit residential development. This proposed rezoning, along with the concomitant massive increase in use of the crossings, their invitees, public safety, and other public services, without consideration or provision of protections like signals, crossing arms, anything that helps guide the public safely over the tracks, presents significant rail safety concerns. The city is also aware that since becoming aware of the proposal and the rezoning, CSX has encouraged Saget or SAGE to consider application to make the subject crossings public or make other provisions for safety to ensure the safety of the residents, invitees, etc. The current plan for rezoning, however, does not include any safety considerations for the at-grade crossings. Accordingly, CSX has separately explored numerous options and engaged discussions with the city and the Florida Department of Transportation. Regarding the safety concerns, it's CSX's understanding that all the parties share CSX's concerns with the safe access to the proposed development. Based on all of the discussions and in an effort to address the safety concerns of all and resolve CSX's objection to the rezoning, CSX has presented a proposal to SAGIT on the 12th of November. We've yet to receive a response to that, and we recognize it was just this week, but we believe without the elimination of the at-grade crossings, the proposal that we have submitted will reasonably address our concerns. As of today, we don't have a response, but should we get a response and a proposal we're able to deal with, we would be willing to withdraw the objection.
Thank you, Madam. Councilman Citro.
Yes, go ahead and breathe now.
3 minutes is a short time.
Your objection is to the whole frontage, not necessarily to where their entrance and exits are. It would be concerned to the whole frontage of the property.
Well, our initial objection was to these being private driveways and not a public roadway with public protections subject to things like FDOT standards for safety provisions and things like that, bringing this level and number and volume of people, residents, their families, as well as emergency services and public services. So as private driveways, these driveways can be blocked, meaning you can't get ambulances in and out, you can't get people out to go to hospitals, you can't go to schools, you can't load the buses, etc. As private driveways, the safety measures are determined through various things like diagnostics between the parties and consultants, but there's not a governing standard or regulation for what has to go in place to make it safe, quote unquote. We're not in the business of saying what makes a roadway safe. We're a railroad. So without this guidance and assistance to try to make this kind of access safe, we were objecting it to being a private driveway. It's not just one user, it's not just a farmer or one industry, it's close to 400 individual families.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, appreciate it. Anyone else here for public comment on item number 10? If so, please come forward. Okay. Rebuttal. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Kirk, go ahead.
Before rebuttal.
Oh, yes, sir, you have questions?
Yeah, but I'll listen to
Okay.
Rebecca first.
Thank you, Council. I just wanted to hit on a couple legal points before you heard from rebuttal and eventually close the public hearing, because there were a lot of issues that were brought up, and I just want to remind you all, and I know you all know what constraints are put on you when you hear these quasi-judicial hearings, but I just wanted to make it clear for members of the public and for the record some of the constraints that you're under. One of the things that was brought up was the overcrowding of schools. We might not have transportation concurrency, but we do have school concurrency. However, school concurrency is not triggered at the rezoning time. It's triggered at the time when they go through the site approval process or the building permit process. At that point, even if this is approved, if there's not school capacity in place at that time, they can't get their building permit until that's mitigated. But that's not a basis for denial because we have school concurrency in place through an interlocal agreement. Also, a factor that is not open for you all to consider is whether or not this is an economically viable proposal. The question before you is not whether or not this is a good economic decision on behalf of the petitioner on how they want to use their land. It's whether or not the proposed use is compatible and consistent with your land development regulations and your comprehensive plan. It's also not a basis for denial that there may be another use that's needed out in that area that perhaps council or the developers would rather, or the neighbors would rather see. The question is whether or not the applicant has met their burden to use their land as they wish, and their burden is to show by competent substantial evidence, which is expert testimony or fact-based testimony, that they meet the requirements in your land development code or your comprehensive plan. Also, as to the last portion, we cannot mandate that these be public roads. I mean, that would have to be an eminent domain process, and we can't do that through a rezoning.
And Ms. Kurt, let me, if I may, also, there were statements made about hurricane evacuations and public safety. Has there been any competent substantial evidence which we can properly consider in this case on that issue?
The testimony was that there were concerns about evacuation. The concerns are, in fact, an opinion. There are requirements in your comprehensive plan that that shelter space be provided, and there is in your planning commission staff evidence, in fact, that they are mitigating for shelter space.
Okay, so that's been provided. Okay, thank you, Ms. Kurt.
Ms. Kurt.
Any question?
Yes,
Councilman
Ms. Kurt.
Goods is recognized.
In reference to the other government agency, CXS, that talked about those tracks. Now, are those tracks are any portion of those tracks impeding that private property per se? If we're saying that if CXS is saying they can't operate, I'm just trying to figure it out. You know, they're objecting to this proposal with this group, so I'm just wondering if the federal side is opposed to this development because of the tracks. I want to know where do we stand with that. If that federal side is saying that the tracks are essential for them.
This approval, if there is an approval of this rezoning, it will not interfere with CSX. CSX is going to have whatever rights they have. In fact, they're litigating those rights. And my advice to you is that we not get in the middle of that. We'll let a court decide. And if a court decides that these access points don't work, then they're going to have to come up with other access points. And if those other access points substantially change the application that's before you, they'll have to come back before you all over again.
Any further questions for rebuttal? Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you. Planning Commission staff, please.
Jennifer Malone, Planning Commission.
A couple things. Focusing in on what is mixed use, and why do we have that category? This is, I think I've read CMU 35.
Yep.
And from what I can see, the only mix in this is some single-family mixed with some multifamily, but no retail or commercial or anything like that. Right. So I'd like to hear your comments on that. And also in regard to the coastal management policies that are referenced in your report. Coastal Management Objective 1.1 says direct further population concentrations away from coastal high hazard areas so as to achieve no net increase in overall residential density within the CHHA. Policy 1.16 under that provision speaks to limiting new development in the coastal high hazard area to uses that are vested. 1.2, maintain and reduce hurricane clearance times within the city as a component of maintaining and reducing evacuation times. So let's start with mixed use.
Certainly.
And we'll go to coastal high hazard.
Okay, I can certainly answer that. The mixed-use designations within the comprehensive plan, they don't require mixed use. They are encourage and promote mixed use. So earlier tonight, I presented a case before council that was also in the community mixed-use 35 designation, and it had one use. And that's all over the city, we have that, where they utilize this category, and they might not have a mixture of uses in this future land use category, but that future land use category certainly gives them the opportunity, and it encourages applicants to have more than one use in that designation. But it's by no means a requirement. And we even provide incentives and bonuses, as you are aware, for having the mixed uses within that designation. Does that answer your question?
It would seem to be a little misleading that we call it a mixed use if in fact we're not demanding it.
Because it allows it. Not all designations allow mixed use. Mm-hmm. Residential 10 doesn't allow mixed use and only allows single family detached. But in the community mixed use 35, you could have a single CG structure if the applicant so desires, or you could have a structure that has multiple uses which we see in other areas of the city. We leave it up to the applicant and up to the market to decide what's feasible for that project. And the comprehensive plan does not require a mix of uses in these future land use designations.
And how about trip capture? Everybody talks about trip capture as being part of the benefit of mixed use. This doesn't have any trip capture because everybody lives there and leaves, right?
Right, so that's more of a transportation question. When they analyze these for the transportation analysis, I'm not equipped to handle how that it plays into it for the mixed-use future land use designations.
Well, I'm just saying in regard to the benefits of mixed use, isn't that inherently part of the benefits of mixed use, is to kind of live, work, play, in the same spot without having to get in your car and go somewhere?
Yes,
okay.
That would be the goal.
So let's talk about the coastal management policies that I made reference to, or you made reference to in your report. The basic objective says to direct population concentrations away to achieve no net increase in overall density. It appears that everything along West Shore over the last 10 or 15 years has been approved to increase tremendous amount of density in the CHHA.
Yes, and I will say, I cannot say with 100% certainty, but it is my professional opinion and my professional recollection that in the time that I've been working on these plan amendments, that policy, if a property is in the coastal high hazard area, that policy is in our report, and the Planning Commission will bring that concern to the council. Now, and we are very transparent about that. It's in the coastal high hazard area. This is your objective. We are not the decision makers, but we've been putting that in our reports, and that will weigh into our consistency finding, whether it is inconsistent or consistent. And usually those have been inconsistent within the past several years. A lot of areas might have already had these designations when they made the future land use map, however many years ago, and then the coastal high hazard area came later, and we're just working towards limiting the density increases within that area.
So objective 1.1.6, or that's policy 1.1.6, and objective 1.2, which says maintain and reduce hurricane clearance times. You haven't been presented with any evidence that you've seen, and I haven't seen it yet tonight, that speaks to how they plan to reduce evacuation times in this project?
We've put that.
I'm not talking about where the people end up in the shelter, because you make reference to mitigation payments to the shelters, but I'm talking about getting out of there.
To my knowledge, that would be correct, yeah.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Ms. Kurt? I'm going to ask you to help me out on this. We had a discussion, or excuse me, you had a discussion concerning the CSX rail in this hearing. May I ask them the question if there is not a deal worked out between CSX and the applicant on whether or not they can cross that, where their proposed access point is going to be to enter this property? Are you following me?
I am following you. Rebecca Kurt, Legal Department. The applicant has proposed where they want their access points to be, and they have demonstrated that they have some level of right to access to that. If the access points change, and it's a substantial change, it will come back before you at that time, so I'm not sure that that's relevant at this time to your decision.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kurt.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, rebuttal, if you wish to. Just kidding.
Yes, sir. I would ask you, Mr. Chairman, if we could have a couple extra minutes since there are so many issues to address.
What are y'all looking for, an extra 2 minutes or 3?
5, but we hope not to use.
I have no problem with that.
Thank you. Elise Batzel again with Stearns Weaver Miller. First, to address traffic, Steve Henry will address this more specifically. But we right now unequivocally meet the requirements of the Land Development Code with respect to transportation. You have this transportation concurrency exception area. If you don't think that the fees that you're currently charging for mitigation are adequate, you have the ability to change those fees. If you don't think that this transportation concurrency exception area is appropriate any longer, then you as a body can legislatively change that. But to deny this rezoning based on us complying completely with the transportation requirements would not be based on substantial competent evidence this evening. Second, I wanted to speak just briefly with respect to green space. One of the folks mentioned green space. We actually exceed the requirements of the code with respect to green space for this development. With respect to the mixed use, we spent a lot of time talking about mixed use. If you look at the specific mixed use requirements of the Rattlesnake Point Comprehensive Plan policies, and the Planning Commission can speak to this, it encourages a mix of uses on Rattlesnake Point. Currently, there's industrial and there's commercial. This would add a use to Rattlesnake Point to increase the mixed use on that point, which is exactly what the comprehensive plan contemplates. With respect to CSX, I'm just going to talk briefly about safety because I think the rest is outside of the scope of what you would consider. In the CSX letter of opposition, it opposes the project, and I'm going to quote here, due to massive increase in daily crossings for public use over an active industrial rail. First of all, massive increase in daily trips. Recently in the litigation under sworn testimony, a CSX transportation executive said that train comes in 3 times, Sunday night, Tuesday night, and Thursday night from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. So that is a time when people are sleeping. Steve Henry can speak to this later about how many trips. In fact, do you have that handy? Pardon? I'm sorry, 6 a.m., 12 p.m. to 6 a.m., middle of the night. Just that one time.
Steve Henry, Langston Associates. Real quick, we had done an analysis of the hourly volumes based on ITE. And what we're looking at is 12, there's 13 cars that may go in and out, 1 o'clock, 8, 2 o'clock, 6, 3 o'clock, 8, 4 o'clock, 13, 6 o'clock, 40. So it's a relatively small volume of traffic that will use that driveway during the hours that CSX will be crossing that track.
Another point that was important from the deposition is that the train, for safety reasons, is only allowed to go 10 miles per hour. In addition, CSX in its own internal policies testified that they have to stop the train at all crossings, get out, light them, honk the horn. There's procedures there. So they'll be going 10 miles per hour in the middle of the night 3 times a week, hopefully when everyone is sleeping. Public use. Again, these crossings are private drives. They are private driveways. They will continue to be private driveways. As the city has said, there is no public crossing here. CSX also talks about the crossing not having additional safety features. I really briefly want to walk you through the map right now where this line goes. Let me go the other way. So this is half of the line. I'm going to have to you're going to have to roll with me here. This is the Port of Tampa. Every spot in red is an area where they're crossing a public right-of-way without arms and additional safety measures. They may have those crossbow signs, but there are no arms, there are no additional safety measures. Prescott Street, McCoy Street, Oklahoma Street, Tyson Avenue, and I'm going to come back and show you a little bit more about the crossing that's literally just up the street from our property, West Pearl Avenue, and Church Street. If you continue on, this same line runs underneath the crosstown until you get into downtown. You have a private crossing here at UT. I'm going to just briefly show you that crossing, and multiple crossings without these additional safety features that CSX is saying that we need to have on this private driveway. So this right here, this is Tyson Avenue. Our property is just to the west of this. This is looking east. You come across, the tracks go to the north, and then they come directly across the street, and they cross from the north portion of that street down to the south portion. directly across the street. Here's what that looks like. Facing east, you can see that the tracks come directly across. There's a little railroad sign. There's no additional safety features. There's no arms there. And here it is coming in the other direction. I think that there's a sign right there, but it's obscured and you can't even see that there's a sign. So that is what's consistent throughout what I just told you with the public crossings. With respect to the private crossing at UT that I pointed out, you'll see this is Cass Street, and this is where Cass Street is crossing the tracks here at UT. It's important to note that right now there's 9,600 students enrolled at University of Tampa, so I don't know how many students come in and out across those tracks, but you can see that this area is serviced by this whole campus. Here's a picture of the safety that those students are afforded when the tracks come across the road. There's no safety measures there. My point is that it seems disingenuous for CSX to be raising the level of safety concerns when there are much more traveled and traversed areas through concentrated areas of downtown where there's not adequate safety, or in their opinion, not adequate. There was testimony in this litigation as well. Their engineers said that they believed that the Tyson Road Avenue was adequate for safety. So the crossing across the road, they testified, their engineers testified under oath that they believed that was adequate. So I'm not sure how here a private drive going across something similar is inadequate. Finally, there is nothing precluding CSX on this point from putting in additional safety measures on their property. We certainly will consider putting some signage up so that people know when the trains are coming. But I did want to address those safety concerns and bring the rest of this to light when we have the safety discussion. I'm going to yield the rest of my time to Steve Henry so he can talk about the rest of the transportation issues. Yes. Go ahead, Steve, if you're here. I'll finish up when you're done.
Steve Henry again. I just want to go through a couple of the comments that we had. Number one was about our report said it was 30% diversion of traffic versus the 40%. Our report is correct. There's 30% diversion of traffic that is on Gandy that may use the elevated lanes. That will result in about a 40% reduction in the delay at the intersection. And that's the difference in those numbers. They just misunderstood the numbers. As far as the hours of the study, we did it in accordance with your procedures. That intersection, I do not believe that I know the base. We do plenty of studies down there. I actually live in South Tampa, know the traffic from McDill. This intersection, we believe we've done the counts at the appropriate time and done them in accordance with your procedures manual, done them with the methodology that was approved by your staff, and the study was reviewed and approved by your staff. Again, we are a TCA. That is the currency exception area that was approved by the city, whether they understand that or not, but that is what the guidelines that we are working under. Those are probably the biggest issues that we had. Thank you.
One last item with a little bit of time that we have left. We did talk with your city staff today regarding evacuation in hurricane space. They did provide this information to us. Currently, there are 61,906 surplus spaces available, and that came from Ted Williams, the CEDR program coordinator with the Office of Emergency Management. We respectfully request that you approve this rezoning. We believe we've met our burden to provide you with substantial competent evidence that under the code today, we meet the requirements. We are asking for less density than we could under the comprehensive plan, more green space. We appreciate your time on this.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions? Okay. May I have a motion to close? Second. I have a motion to close by Councilman Citro, second by Councilman Escalco. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? What is the pleasure of council on item number 10? I'll just give some thoughts on myself. This is I have a lot of sympathy with the individuals who have been talking here today on issues. Unfortunately, though, the way I see a lot of the issues here, we're precluded unless if I'm convince you otherwise in terms of what I understand from considering a lot of the things that have been presented as being binding and will, set us up for some trouble, so to speak. That's kind of the way I presently see it. There's a lot of different issues that I have, but the issue is, can we consider them? Can they be a preface or a foundation for a decision? That's an issue that I have trouble with myself. But.
Well, you're not alone. If no one wishes to make a motion, does anyone wish to share their feelings in this group setting? Late night humor, everyone.
Thank you, Conan.
Anybody?
It's a tough play when you don't have a ball to play with. And it seems at this point our legal advisor, Mr. Kurt, said we don't have a ball to play with right now, even though I think this council does want to play ball. And I think Mr. Chairman is right. We might be on a slippery slope if we try to get a ball we shouldn't have. So it's going. I think we're in a tough sell right now. So we'll have to see how it plays out.
I'll make a motion if you wish.
And before Councilman Dingfelder, Councilman Miranda, did you?
I just said, I understand what's happening here. I understand. I believe what everything the neighborhood said. And then on the other side, I got to look at the legal side. I believe what they're saying is correct. So I got two corrects and no wrong. CSX, I hate to say it publicly, I don't even listen to them. And I'll tell you why. I'm not afraid to say it. We almost came close to an agreement for downtown where they didn't have to blow a whistle, and that went to hell. If they charge $350,000 that we have to pay for the streetcar to cross Animal Drive, if I recall, it was even higher than then. So I'm not going to listen to them.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Dingfelder, you wish to speak, sir?
Yeah, it is a tough one. A lot of moving targets and legal advice flying around. But with all due seriousness, I'm going to move to deny the rezoning, and I'll formalize that in a second. I'm not moving to deny on the basis of traffic or transportation. I just want to make the record abundantly clear, because our staff, legal staff, has advised us that that's not a basis for our denial, because apparently, according to our transportation staff, they have met the transportation mitigation requirements under the TCEA. I'm not making this motion based upon the CSX issue, because that is an issue that's in litigation between those two parties, CSX and the petitioner, and the city is just staying on the sideline, to use a sports analogy. And we've been advised by council that that's not a basis, and we have to kind of pretend the railroad line doesn't exist there. But what I didn't hear was a response from the petitioner as related to the coastal high hazard issues. And specifically, I asked our expert from the Planning Commission, who I'm sure has many, many credentials. That's why she stands in front of us week in and week out, to talk about the coastal high hazard issue. And specifically, I'll cite to Objective 1.1, which says we need to direct future population concentrations away from the coastal high hazard area so as to achieve a no net increase in overall residential density within the CHHA. And then the other policies that were mentioned, specifically objective 1.2, which says maintain and reduce hurricane clearance times within the city as a component of maintaining and reducing evacuation times for the county and the region. The only thing I heard about hurricane preparedness, and let me make it abundantly clear, Ms. Batzel did an amazing job. She and her team did a fantastic job. I think that she did the best job with the information that she had in her possession. And she spoke to shelters. Well, the only way shelters are relevant is if you can get to them. And the only testimony we heard was from our staff, uncontroverted, which said that there has been no mitigation and basically no discussion in regard to folks being able to get out of this 358 unit project when they're combined with all the other current and future residents who are also going to be trying to get out of there someday, if and when, God forbid, they all have to get out of there. So, let me formalize my motion. I apologize for the long-winded predicate. All right. What's the rezoning number?
RZ 1977.
1977? Okay, thank you. I'll move to deny REZ 1977 due to the failure of the petitioner to meet its burden of proof to provide competent and substantial evidence that the development as conditioned and shown on the site plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan and city code, specifically citing to the coastal high hazard provisions that I've mentioned a few minutes ago, and any other associated provisions in Chapter 27 that address coastal high hazard. In my opinion, the only competent substantial evidence we heard on that issue came from our Planning Commission staff, and it was not favorable in regard to the petitioner being able to meet this issue in regard to evacuation.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Dingfelder and a joint second. I'll do Councilman Maniscalco. Any discussion on it before we go forward? Councilman Moreno.
I just, and I believe everything the neighborhood said, but under the rules that I got to play with today, I don't see a way to vote against this. Because the rules today are the rules that were set on the zoning mechanisms that we had in the city of Tampa for many years. And unless those rules change, your neighborhood, our neighborhood, all neighborhoods are going to be inundated, and you're never going to get out of what you want. Not only do you have the problem in traffic where you live, there's a trouble in traffic everywhere I go. There's a trouble in traffic in every neighborhood I go. That's what the first thing they ask you about traffic, and the second one is about parking. Those are the two main things in the city. But we have not addressed that as a body, and I apologize for the vote that I got to cast, but I can't vote to support that motion.
Anyone else before? And I concur with my colleague's sentiments. As far as I interpret this issue, our hands are tied. I think that the rules that we have to play by give a decided decision that should come forward in this regard, and I concur with that. We have a motion by Councilman Dingfelder, a second by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay.
The motion carried with Vieira and Miranda voting no.
Item number 11 on your agenda, Mary Samaniego, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. Item number 11 is REZ 1987. It's a rezoning request for the property located at 2301 West Kentucky Avenue from RS50 to PD.
Jennifer Malone with your Planning Commission staff. This is in the Central Tampa Planning District. It is within, the Wellswood Park is the closest public recreational facility. Several HART routes serve the area, and it is within a Level E evacuation zone. The subject site is located on West Kentucky Avenue. North Armenia Avenue is right here. There's a Save-A-Lot to the north that is at the intersection of West Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and North Armenia Avenue, and the subject site is to the south.
There's a lot of commercial uses along North Armenia Avenue and West Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, but then this is a single-family detached neighborhood, which is where this is located. Adopted future land use is residential 10, that is that orange color on the map, and then I have community mixed use 35 along North Armenia Avenue in the pink. Planning Commission staff did find this consistent with your comprehensive plan. As I've stated before, the residential 10 future land use designation allows for up to 10 dwelling units to the acre. With approval of this request, the parcel would be developed at a density of 9 dwelling units to the acre, which is consistent with that underlying future land use designation anticipated under the residential 10 FLU. And we also found that the PD would not alter the character or development pattern of the Riverside Heights neighborhood. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we go there, Mr. Shelby, I would like you to speak to the fact of, I guess, to council members as to the petition that we just denied in terms of speaking about it for the next 30 days, et cetera. Because I saw an appellate lawyer in the audience, and they're at the 38th parallel. So,
well, I thank you for raising that issue, sir. As a matter of fact, also in that regard, I would ask at this time to ensure that it's in fact done, that we place into the record any material that had been available for public inspection in City Council's office prior to this hearing, and then I'll raise your issue, sir. So if we could have a motion to that regard.
A motion. Somebody was to
Receive
make
and
the motion.
file.
So moved.
Second. Motion by Councilman Citro, second by Councilman Scalco. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
And also, I will advise you that, as you saw tonight, there are a lot of moving parts relative to litigation in this matter. I would caution you, and there's also a lot of interest in the community. I'd caution you against speaking about this publicly during the pendency of the appeal period, which is 30 days. Thank you.
As a person who has been quoted in a complaint or a lawsuit involving land use issues, I say thank you.
Well, I thank you for bringing that up, sir. That's a very good point to raise. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I apologize. Go ahead.
Mary Samaniego, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. This is a request to do a plan development for 2 single-family lots at 2301 West Kentucky Avenue. Here is the site plan the applicant is proposing. As you can see, the lot is approximately 95 feet wide by 102, so each lot in width would be 51.2 feet wide by 95 feet deep. Each lot would be therefore 4,866 square feet. This is a reduction in the minimum lot size of the RS50 zoning district, which is the smallest residential zoning district that we have in the city. We did a comparative analysis of the lot widths in the surrounding area to see if there's if the creation of the 2 lots would be comparable to the surrounding area. In the subject area, 100% of the lots have a width of 50 feet or greater, 0 or less than 50 feet wide. Similarly, with the existing development pad, 100% of the lots widths are less than 50 feet wide, as well as the block face and the block width. So there are no lots that would contain lots that are less than 50 feet wide. And each one of the proposed lots is approximately 47.5 feet wide. I will note for the record, the existing development lots were facing this way. Each lot would have met the 50-foot lot width, but been short on the area, but the applicant has chosen to create the lots in this dimension as well. So each lot would be less than 50 feet wide, 47.5 feet. There are no lots in the study area that have a lot that narrow. There are no waivers being requested as part of this plan development. Again, the plan development is requested to reduce the minimum lot width down below what is the minimum standard throughout the city. There's not a development pattern in the area for lots that narrow, as I've just exhibited on, and it's in your staff report. There are some modifications through natural resources if city council chooses to approve this application between first and second reading. And overall, the planning, design, and development, the development review and compliance staff has found this inconsistent based on incompatibility with the surrounding development pattern. Do you have any questions for me?
Any questions? Thank you, Madam. Next, please. Anyone else next from staff, or I guess petitioner number 11?
Good evening. My name is Lana Downs, and I'm the property owners. And as Mary was saying, everything she was saying is already saying, so I don't have anything else to say. But I know that I will, make the plan that will follow all the recommendations from the cities.
Thank you, ma'am. Anything else?
No.
Okay, thank you, madam. Anybody here to publicly comment on item number 11? If so, this is your time to shine. Come forward. Okay, may I have a motion to close? Motion to close by Councilman Escalco, a second, I believe, by Councilman Citro. All in favor? Any opposed? Councilman Carlson, do you, sir, mind taking item 11?
Okay, thank you.
Ordinance being read, sorry. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, file number REZ 1987, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 2301 West Kentucky Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS 50 residential single family to PD plan development residential single family detached, providing an effective date.
Second. Motion by Councilman Carlson, second by Councilman Escalco, and
what else do we need to
If
add?
you could include the revision sheet as part of that as well.
And the what?
The revision sheet, I believe that's
including
part
the
of it.
revision sheet.
Yes, thank you.
okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay.
The motion carried with Miranda voting no and Dingfelder being absent at vote. Second reading and adoption will be on December 5th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, and we go to the final one.
Mary Samaniego, for the record, the final item on the agenda is REZ 1969. It's at 7701 Inner Bay Boulevard from industrial general to plan development for multifamily residential.
Jennifer Malone with your Planning Commission staff. The item is located in the South Tampa Planning District within the Gandy Sunday South neighborhood. Port Tampa Community Center is the closest park. It's in evacuation zone A, which also means that a portion of the subject site is within that coastal high hazard area, and Route 17 serves the subject site. This is the subject site. It's outlined here in purple. It's along Inner Bay Boulevard, and then I have South Manhattan Avenue. To the south, sorry, you can't see it on your screen, is the MacDill Air Force Base. It's North Boundary Road. I have some multifamily communities to the north, kind of surrounding it, and a few remnant industrial pieces to the south. Single family detached over here. Future land use of the subject site is transitional use 24, which I will get into a little bit more later. But to the south, this is residential 10. For here, residential 10. I have some residential 20. The blue is public. That's that MacDill Air Force Base. We still have those remnant light industrial pieces within this area, and then residential 35 over here. A portion of this transitional use 24 in this quadrant came, actually a different piece, sorry. Ignore that. The transitional use 24 is a unique designation in our comprehensive plan. It's unique because it allows for a true mixture of uses, including residential and light industrial. So many of these areas that have the transitional use designation were developed before zoning, and in many cases predate the comprehensive plan. In the South Tampa Planning District, we have noticed a trend that a lot of the parcels designated transitional use 24 are transitioning towards residential projects. We've also noticed, and in South Tampa, they can all be found south of Gandy Boulevard. So it's a lot of the remnant pieces that have really transitioned in the last 10 to 20 years towards residential projects. So thus, that is what you have before you today, and it's definitely within that trend. We found that it was furthering several comprehensive plan policies, including providing a sidewalk connection from the existing sidewalk on Inter Bay Boulevard and some really good pedestrian connectivity within the subject site. Lastly, we did find that the PD will provide housing opportunities for Tampa's growing population and will redevelop an underutilized or vacant parcel within the South Tampa Planning District, which furthers our comprehensive plan policies. And that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions about the specifics of the transitional use 24 future land use designation, I am available. Thank you.
Any questions?
Mary Samaniego for the record. I'm trying to face the site plan, so up is north for you all to follow. But this is on Inter Bay Boulevard again, like I said. The property is approximately 9.31 acres. The applicant is proposing 216 multifamily dwelling units. The property is currently occupied by a warehouse and distribution use. The surrounding properties are retail and office to the east and west within the IG zoning district. A planned development approved in 2004 to the south for townhomes. Another planned development to the north for apartments from 2002. And lastly, a planned development just approved in 2016 to the direct northeast for residential townhomes. The proposed setbacks are north 5 feet, south 25 feet, east 7, and west 7 as well, with a maximum building height of 60 feet. Based on the proposed number of bedrooms and dwelling units, a total of 360 parking spaces are required, and through a waiver approval by the city council, 310 would be provided. That's a 14% parking reduction waiver for which transportation finds inconsistent. All of the proposed vehicular access will come off a two-way driveway to Inter Bay Boulevard. For modifications, planning, design, and development coordination has some minor modifications between first and second reading to clarify some of the notes. Transportation, as I said, found this inconsistent based on the 14% parking reduction. Stormwater and natural resources also have some minor changes between first and second reading and additional data that's requested. This application is coming before you with 4 waivers being requested. The first one is to 27284.2.5 to allow the removal of 5 non-hazardous grand trees. The second waiver is to reduce the percentage of trees to be removed for site over an acre from 50% to 90%. The third waiver is 27283.7 to reduce the required parking from 360 spaces to 310. That is a 14% parking reduction they're requesting. And the last waiver is 27283.14 to reduce the required number of loading berths from 3 to 0. Saying that the Development Review and Compliance staff did find this inconsistent with the City of Tampa land use regulations, specifically reference your staff report for the findings for transportation regarding the parking waiver. I do have transportation and natural resources staff available if you have any specific questions for them.
Any questions from council? Councilman Dingfeld, Councilman Boots, go ahead, sir.
We have the natural resource report. Do we have the report?
We have, the applicant had a very thorough site plan where he rated all the trees. And are you asking about the grand trees on the site?
Yes.
They were kind of midland. There were some Bs and as in boys and some Cs. But our own Kathy Beck had a meeting this afternoon with the applicant of this project proposal. And she was informed by the engineers that the entire site is going to be covered with 3 feet minimum of fill, which will snuff out the trees. When you put that much fill around a tree, the oxygen level around those root systems, it's an anaerobic situation. The oxygen is higher in the pore spaces near the surface of the soil. But if you add 3 feet onto there, you drive out the oxygen, and the roots of all these existing grand trees literally rot out. And the reason why they were filling the site 3 feet plus was because they needed it to drain to the back where it's lower. So the only trees that, it was stated earlier that 90% of the trees were going to be removed. The only trees they're preserving are on the very perimeter edges. So there was a very thorough analysis of all these trees on site by the applicant, and he's a very trustworthy applicant. He does really good work. But because there's filling the site 3 feet, that's what the engineers need to do to get this thing to drain.
Councilman Dingfelder.
Mr. Chairman, if the speaker could put his name on the record.
Thank you, Mr. Crew. If you could, sir.
Bill Boers with Natural Resources.
Thank you, sir.
Bill, I hear what you're saying. I don't see, I've got a 2-page site plan. I don't see see any of the trees on the site plan.
Yeah, there's actually a site plan with that's colored that shows where the grand trees are and the condition of them. And it was a very, very thorough analysis. And
Okay.
we accept that analysis.
So how many grand trees are there, healthy grand trees are there on the site?
The proposal is to remove 5 non-hazard grand trees on the site.
And that would imply that there's others there that are, quote, hazardous?
Yeah, there's a few that are not rated as well, but all of them are going to succumb to the 3 feet plus of fill.
And how big an area does a tree need to be not disturbed? Does it have to go all the way out to the drip line, or can you create a radius around the tree, a protective radius around the tree to, you know? I've seen parking lots where you got a circle and you got bricks and you know.
Yeah, those are called tree wells, and they were very popular 20 and 30 years ago. And I was formerly the urban forester for Manning County, and I stopped all that because what happens is they need to be drained. And the drains plug up, and they fill up with water like a swimming pool, and the trees don't make it. So tree wells are not a real practical thing to do, and they have to be way out there, I mean, to the drip line to be effective. And the drains have to work. And over time, they silt up. Yeah, here's the site plan. Maybe we'll hand this up to them.
So the first assumption on this project was they have to have 3 feet of fill.
Yes.
Period?
Yes. Kathy Beck was in that meeting with the applicant this afternoon, and she called me into her office and said, these trees are going to succumb to development due to the fill.
And we couldn't identify any of them that are far enough away?
Just on the perimeter, that's 10% of the total tree count that's proposed for preservation.
All right, thank you, Bill.
Welcome.
Any further questions? Okay, applicant.
Good evening, Truett Gardner, 400 North Ashley Drive, here on behalf of ZOM. ZOM, in case you don't know, is an international multifamily developer. I represented them on their project on Rocky Point, had the opportunity to visit it a couple months ago, and I would have to say it's probably the most spectacular multifamily development that I've seen in Tampa, and so we're excited they're looking at this location. And we're proposing a 216-unit multifamily development on 9.3 acres. The site was last occupied by the Hurley Mack Company. It went out of business probably 3 to 5 years ago. The site has been vacant and shuttered since then. So it's an underutilized and, in fact, unused site at this point. And our application has been found to be consistent. If I could just to show, with all reviewing agencies from the city, with one exception, which is transportation, which is a technical objection, and that objection is to the parking reduction, which we ask for and receive on multifamily projects all the time. And the reason for that, just to educate those that are new, is probably 8 to 10 years ago, there was a provision put in place where for every multifamily unit you have to have 0.25 guest spaces. That was intended more for townhome type developments. When you get to a multifamily development like this, you simply don't need that many spaces. And so we've made the argument in the past successfully, and feel it's appropriate here too, that it's better to have green space than it is to have parking spaces that won't be used. Then one item I did want to address, obviously we have some dissenters here tonight, but was our specific outreach to the neighborhood association from the very beginning that reached out to us. They opposed us. We've worked closely with them. That's the Port Tampa City Association. We've worked hand in hand with Tom Vento, Callie Denault of that. We have collaboratively worked together. I'm happy to report yesterday that culminated with a meeting with transportation as well as the Parks Department. And several things came out of that. On transportation, I'm going to let Christopher Hatton of Kinley Horn discuss. But on parks, and I know that was an issue that was raised before, there are some great opportunities that we identified. Bless you. This is the everything that you see in the different color codes are from the Parks Department. This is Inner Bay here. This is Manhattan running north. This is our site here. As you can see, in this area right here is a proposed City Tampa Park, which the city picked up as well as along with this property running to the west here. As a part of Lennar's development south, they actually connect, and so there's an opportunity for us, let's see, if I could just zoom in on this. So you can see right here on the western boundary of our property, again, our property is here, is an abandoned railroad spur, which is now owned by the city of Tampa. And so it is ZOM's request, and we've worked with, again, the Port Tampa Neighborhood Association to install at ZOM's expense. This is not a condition on the site plan, but it's one I'm happy to make tonight. A pedestrian improvement that would connect the property to this park. Ms. Denault and Mr. Vento of the Neighborhood Association actually said that right now there's currently a pedestrian walkway along the western site. So we would be happy to either connect to the western site, and then what we learned from the Parks Department yesterday is they want to, this is McCoy that's running to the west. They had initially identified this area here, but there is a CSX crossing at this point. So they've identified McCoy running to the west, which ties into the bay. And so this is a critical connection to get pedestrians from there all the way across and over. So that was one consideration we worked out with the Neighborhood Association. Another was they wanted us to reduce our number of units, which we've agreed to 216. They also wanted, from a transportation impact standpoint, they wanted us not to have 3-bedroom units, so only studios, 1-bedrooms, and 2-bedrooms. You'll note on the site plan that's what we've agreed to. And so we probably had a minimum of 3 in-person meetings with them and probably 20 phone calls, correspondence throughout, and by throughout I mean upwards of probably 6 to 8 months ago. They're not here tonight, but they're not here tonight because they don't object to this property or this project. Couple of distinctions. This has a lot of similar fact scenarios to your last request, item number 10, but there's some distinctions here as well. One is the uniqueness of our staff report as it relates to the decrease in the number of parking spaces. We can make this site work and have all of those parking spaces. Again, you'll hear from our transportation experts, those spaces are not needed. And so where they're not needed, we don't feel it's appropriate to have impervious surface area when you can have green space. But secondly, the outreach to the neighborhood. This is the first we've heard of any sort of opposition. We've checked with Excella. You can laugh all you want, but we checked with Excella. We did receive notice we continue this hearing because of an EPC issue, which we've now resolved. At that, there was a letter in the report objecting to the notice that was given, in particular the signposting. We spoke with Ms. Kurt on that, and even though there was no obligation to do so, we went and reposted the property as a show of good faith. And then lastly,
One second, Mr.
Sure.
Gordon. I'm looking at this, it looks like you're not, it's not what I would traditionally consider Port Tampa. It looks like you're in Sunday South.
So that is correct.
So tell me all about the communication with Sunday South.
Yeah, so as soon as this went out, it was Port Tampa City Association that reached out to us, and they expressed their opposition to it. Yesterday, they informed, literally, they jigsaw around this, and so they are immediately abutting on our north, and so that's who we've dealt with, and we've dealt with them in good faith. By no means were we limiting anybody else, but that's who reached out to us.
Your notice requirement probably said Sunday South, didn't
It did, and that's who notice went to, and we never heard from them. And we would have been happy to have them as part of the discussion. I believe the gentleman that's here on their behalf tonight said he would have loved to have worked with that prior developer. My point in saying this is that's exactly what we did, and it led to a collaborative meeting yesterday with Parks Department and Transportation where we all sat down together. Christopher Hatton's going to get into the transportation issues that we've moved up the pipeline, but Parks was the second part of that equation, which that gentleman mentioned as well, and we found a solution to that too, which I think helps this neighborhood. Whether that be Sunday South or Port Tampa or any of those south of Gandy. So with that, I'm going to have Christopher Hatton speak to transportation issues, and then tree issues were mentioned. Ricky Peterica is our arborist, and he's going to speak to this.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Hatton. I'm a registered professional traffic engineer with Kinley Horn & Associates, and I have been for 28 years. Kind of actually special about this project is for the 28 years that I've been doing studies in Tampa, this is actually the project that's in my neighborhood. I live about a mile away in the landing, so I go by this project several times a day, and I know a lot about it in terms of it. I actually conducted, again, the traffic study. We worked with the city in terms of developing the methodology. We conducted data collection and conducted the analysis per the methodology with the city. One of the issues that I heard brought up in one of the prior items was talking about the base traffic. And that is true. The base traffic is early. Now, the one thing about base traffic being early from the 6 to 7, while we did our counts from 7 to 9 and 4 to 6, the base traffic, as everybody knows, is the main generator, but also it is really constrained by the security gate and the clearance there. And that's not going to change. The base is not going away. The clearance is most important for security. But the difference there is between 6 and 7, that is not the peak hour of our development. So our development is minimal traffic between 6 and 7. So we analyzed, per the city's request, the 7 to 9 a.m. time period where our traffic is highest, and there's still base traffic. Our amount of impacts plus the proportionate share that we're doing is over $150,000, which will be included in the city's funding for future improvements in this area. Specifically, relating to what True had mentioned, we talked with the city yesterday, specifically identifying improvements that are happening in this area, the ones that are already funded along Interbay, specifically from Manhattan to the gate, the Tankerway gate, is actually funded for the next fiscal year, and as part of the 2040 long-range plan, and this is important, there's an improvement to add an additional lane all the way from Manhattan all the way to Bayshore. So this helps cover not only helping to reduce congestion, but also for potentials, and I heard that spoken of earlier as well, the evacuation time. So evacuation times will be greatly improved by this improvement that will add an additional lane, and this is right here, Manhattan, all the way, again, out to Bayshore, but specifically to Dale Mabry, where north is the evacuation route. So this is part of the Surtax 2020 plan, which is one of the high priorities, certainly in and around this area. One of the other items that, in terms, again, we focused on, there are other improvements, such as mentioned, there's a improvement also that's planned for Manhattan and at Tyson. So there are specific improvements that are planned and funded for this area. If there are any questions, I can answer those later.
Any questions?
I guess I will address one thing about yes.
Did you say 2040? The 2040
Well, it was identified in the long-range plan, but it's planned for once the surtax happens, hopefully in 2020. But it was part of the 2040 plan. It was
so
identified.
Did it make it onto the list that we
Yes.
sent over to the county commission?
Yes.
And how about Manhattan? Any improvements on Manhattan?
There are going to be specific Manhattan intersection improvements at Manhattan and Interbay specifically, as well as Manhattan and Tyson.
No,
They're intersection
no
improvements.
widening of Manhattan?
Not widening, but the choke points, which is just as important. Do you want me to address the parking right here while I'm up? Okay. And just real quickly, one of the issues that was addressed, the city of Tampa, again, requires the 360 spaces. We were proposing the 310. Where we got that is the Institute of Transportation Engineers, the parking generation manual. Bases theirs, and that's a national, which looks at developments all around for multifamily uses. And again, the terms of what ZOM has talked about, they're a national firm. They based upon dwelling units and per bedrooms. Now, of course, per bedrooms, we would be required to do 267 spaces, or per dwelling units, we'd be at 318. So the 310 is about where we are. Now, again, you heard that we would be willing to do the required, but the 310 spaces that we identified were based upon what ZOM has developed nationwide, as well as the ITE parking generation manual. Okay. Thank you.
Evening, Council. Ricky Pederica, Dark Moss, 400 North Tampa Street, Suite 1040. I have been sworn. I'm a ISA certified arborist, tree risk assessment qualified, landscape architect, and certified planner. On April 3rd, 2019, I conducted a level 2 assessment of every tree on site, or every grand tree candidate on site. And at that time, I identified 7 grand trees. This was prior to site plan preparation. 4 of those were in marginally fair to poor condition with the grading scale I used at the time. At DRC, staff requested that we modify to modern, or to the new tree code, and I reformatted my assessment to those findings, and that yielded an 8th grand tree. At the time, I did not do, and I professionally choose not to do, tree risk assessments on vacant sites, because I don't feel there's a target, therefore I don't provide a hazard assessment. And so in an abundance of caution and in a conservative measure, I advised the team to request for 4 non-hazardous grand tree removals, with the assumption and the explanation that at the building permit approval, those trees would instantly become hazardous. And so since we're before you today, rather than come before you again, I recommended that we do that. And I have additional information on each tree, photographs as well, if you like, or if you would need more detail, and I appreciate your consideration today.
Thank you very much. Any questions? No? Councilman Dingell.
Mr. Pederica?
Yes.
Respect you greatly. We served together at VRB. Appreciate your service. Our tree arborist, Bill, I think, when did you say you came from Manatee? Is that what you said? Pardon? Would you come from Manatee before?
Yeah,
Okay. Anyway, you heard what he said in regard to the well, you know, because I said, well, why don't we just do a well and save a couple of these more interior grand trees? What's your feeling on that?
That the hydrology, when a tree is sunk into a well, extra measures have to be taken to promote its survival. You have to provide water to that area and aeration to the roots, and it's possible. The tree that would be most feasible for, that is being proposed for removal, it's good, but in my opinion, it isn't good enough to warrant those types of special design techniques. And the other 4 that are being considered certainly are not warranted for any attempt like that. Plus, they're proximal to the ditch, which is being addressed as part of this part of the site plan revisions.
Thank you. All right.
In conclusion, I wanted to bring up Tyler Hudson, who works with me, and we've been looking into the coastal high hazard issue specifically as it relates to this site. And I think we've got some pertinent information on it in the real time. But then also just wanted to remind council that we believe we've met our legal burden. We have a clean staff report. We have a consistency finding from Planning Commission, consistent from all other departments with the exception of one technical exception, which is the parking. Again, we can provide that, but we don't feel it's necessary given the way ZOM develops based on their experience and based on the competent substantial evidence provided by our transportation expert.
Good evening, Council. Apologize for having a tie. I did not plan on speaking. I know that the boundaries of the coastal high hazard area is something that's on everyone's mind, so I did want to draw your attention briefly on the ELMA here, our project. You see this is from page 234 of the comprehensive plan. It's a map of the coastal high hazard area, public access. Our site is at the green arrow. Gray is not in the coastal high hazard area. White is, though we do completely agree that we are in evacuation zone A. The site we believe is different, in a different location than the site you discussed at agenda item 10. Thanks.
Can I ask one question before?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gardner.
Sure.
I anticipate 4 or 5 folks getting up and speaking happen to be wearing red behind you. You acknowledged a little while ago, for whatever reason, I'm not pointing fingers, that you, and I know you're very good about meeting with neighborhoods, but you didn't have the opportunity yet to meet with them. Before we spend another half hour listening to them, I would encourage everybody to take a month to talk to them and see what their issues are. Since you are actually in their neighborhood association, you're not formally in Port Tampa, and then come back. We've got all your information. It would be a very quick hearing when you come back, but I'd love to hear you perhaps propose a continuance for that reason.
I would be happy to ask for that, but if I could, let me confer with my client for a second.
That's always a good
They're under contractual deadlines. I want to make sure they've got that time to be able to do it. So if you want to take a brief recess or whatever you'd like to do.
We'll be here.
Okay.
We'll take a 3-minute recess.
3 minutes.
Council is in session. The chair recognizes the Honorable Mr. Crew. Go ahead.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
Goods? Maniscalco?
Here.
Citro?
Good evening.
Miranda? Carlson? And Vieira?
Here. Now the chair recognizes Sir Truett Gardner. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Truett Gardner, 400 North Ashley Drive. I've conferred with my client, also conferred with Ms. Samaniego. Contractually, my client has until December 18th. Ms. Samaniego can get us a first reading on December 12th. And we pride ourselves in talking to any and everybody and are more than happy to talk to them. We feel great about our outreach with Port Tampa City and their desire to negotiate in good faith, and that got us somewhere, and we're happy to do so with them. So with that, we'd request a continuance until December 12th.
And thank you, sir. Before we move on that, is there anyone in the public who would like to speak on the continuance only? Only on the continuance.
Only on the continuance.
Yes,
I would
ma'am.
like to say.
Ma'am, come on up, say your name.
I'm sorry, Stephanie Pointer, Southtown Park, HOA. I actually called Mary because when I went and looked at the sign and found out about it, we had not received it as the membership. I'm totally okay with a continuance because we had not received it. Our management company had misfiled it. So the first time I found out about it was a week or two ago.
There you go. Well, thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it. Anyone else? Okay. May I have a motion for a continuance?
Second, to December 12th?
Okay, we have a motion by
I'm
Councilman.
sorry, if we could just hear the date and time again, please, the time.
12:06 p.m.
Thank you so much.
And then second by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
All right, I'd like to make sure.
Number 2.
Number 2, second on the agenda. Thank you.